This conference will now be recorded.
And we have a lot to cover. We really should begin today's webinar. I really appreciate you all for attending today. A very good morning, afternoon, or evening to one and all present here virtually with me today. Let me introduce myself. My name is Razina, Conference Secretariat at Coalesce Research Group LLC, and I will be available for any of your queries or questions throughout the webinar to help you out technically and organize the webinar successfully. For the next 5 minutes, please allow me to give a brief description about our organization, Coalesce Research Group, and also for further instructions. Coalesce Research Group LLC is very delighted to welcome you all the speakers, supporting associations, students, and delegates present virtually with us today. With the aim mark the scientific excellence by facilitating conversation, sharing knowledge, Coalesce Research Group follows through the objective of setting standards in delivering excellence in the research among the researchers, academicians, and industries, promulgating the research through conducting events and online webinars from various fields of science, especially from the stream of medicine, science, engineering, and technology. Within a short duration, we have succeeded in creating a platform for developing a strong professional network with the people across the world from their respective fields that they haven't connected in a while. As a global scientific event organizer, we plan and carry out international conferences, meetings, seminars, symposium, and workshops, providing the best delegate experience, excellent networking opportunities, conversations, leading to innovations, learning new opportunities, lasting working relationships, and professionalization with the professionals around the global network. Just recently, we have also started our own platform for open access peer reviewed scholarly literature, where all the content is freely available without any charge to the reader. We aim to share the new recent advances through scientific publications, which will help in minimizing the borders and contributing the use of research works of eminent authors, scientists, researchers, research scholars, students, etc., across a broad spectrum of medical, clinical, pharma, and engineering scientific disciplines, and its subspecialties to promote the ideas which will guide the development and facilitate the use of scientific information and ensure its quality, and also will be connecting link between researchers scientific community. We are committed in ensuring that our journals are disseminated worldwide so that the researchers are able to access our content wherever and whenever they need it. As being the very few new journals, we have coined up some interesting ones, and very glad it will be and we will be very glad if any of our today's attendees, the speakers, students, or delegates could extend their support by checking the journals and will be interested in publishing an inaugural issue at any of the journals according to your area of expertise. We will also send an email with all the details to check your website. Finally, I would like to thank all the attendees and participants of today's webinar and hope you enjoyed the webinar and gained some knowledge from the sessions. We also hope your participation will contribute to new research findings that will lead to new collaborations and research initiatives. Before we start with the sessions, I guess some of you will be new to GoToMeetings app. Let me just explain you the important tools required for the presentation. On the GoToMeetings app or web page, you can find four icons at the bottom of the center of your screen. That is mic, camera, share, and leave. Mic, click on that to mute or unmute yourself. I request you all to stay muted while our speakers are presenting their research work so that it doesn't cause any disturbance to them. Camera, you can use this button to share or unshare the webcam. If you have the option to share the webcam, you can do it, or it is completely your choice. Share, you can use this button to share your screen. This is the main part. During your presentation, after I call your name, from my side, I will be making you the presenter, and only when I give the permission, you will be able to share your screen. And the people using the MacBook, you need to give the permission in your system preferences. Then you have to log out once, and you have to log in. Then you can able to share your screen. So once I make you the presenter, you can click on the screen button, and you will find a pop-up window to share your screen with us. And last one is leave. This is your fourth icon where you can use this to leave the session. On the top center, you can use the options to change your display settings. At the top right corner, you will have a three icons: people, chat, and settings. In the chat option, you can chat with me or any other participants. So now we are going to start our sessions from Dr. Daniela Laura Bruena from Romania, and the title of the talk is Recycling Waste Slag for Improving of Soil Acidity. Hello, Dr. Daniela, are you ready with your presentation?
Hello, yes,
Yes, so I'm going to make
I
you the
will share.
presenter. Yeah, just a minute. Yes, you are the presenter now. Please click on the share icon and share your screen with us.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. We can able to see your screen. You can make it a full screen.
Yes, just a second. Oh no. Mm. Okay.
Um, it's not. Yes, perfect. You can start.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Professor Daniela Buriana, and I am a professor at Dunăre de Jos University of Galați, Romania. And for today, I will present you recycling waste slag for improving of soil acidity with my colleague Viorica Gisman. The paper is structured in introduction, material and sample preparation, structural characterization of slag samples, and physical chemical characterization of soil slag mixtures, and conclusions. The Sustainable Development of 2030 Agenda and Waste Management legislation sustain the disposal of a large quantity of slag at landfill sites by causing environmental consequences, which has drawn attention to the need for its more effective recycling. In the past, steel industries were designed to produce steel of a specific quality and quantity without any monitorization in environmental protection, which leads to the increase of higher volume of byproducts in the name of slag. The disposal of a large quantity of slag at landfill sites caused environmental consequences, which has drawn attention to the need for its more effective recycling. Over the past decade, the increased number of environmental regulations corroborated with rising costs and decreasing capacity at landfills have forced the steel industries to minimize the waste disposal and to find ways to resource recovery and reuse of waste slags. From perspective of waste directive regarding the strategic goal of Union Europe to complete elimination of a disposal of municipal waste, one of the objectives of the present research is to reuse the slag waste dumped in landfills. Heavy industries have been operated in the Galați area for over 30 years, and an ecological education is necessary for an efficient management of waste slag. The agricultural land resources are an issue worldwide, and through this investigative study, we try to show that the mixture of blast furnace slag and waste slag dumped in landfill can help remediation of the soil acidity and increasing the crop yield. The slags, the three types of slags were collected from the largest integrated steel company of Galați. The types of slag used for characterization were granulated blast furnace slag in the name of sample 1 and waste slag dumped in landfill in the name of sample 2. The slag were coarse inside and were crushed and milled in different size fraction in the range of 1.25 millimeters to 71 micrometers. The granulated blast furnace slag is obtained by water quenching method of blast furnace slag. Is conventionally treated in cold water by forming a non-crystalline granular material that differs from the source to source in function of the quality of the raw material used and the method of production. The waste slag dumped at the Galați steel plant landfill that was used for this study represents a significant source of pollution because it is not recycled. Following the results obtained of the samples enumerated above, we saw the benefits regarding of each samples, and we made a new recipe of a combination of both 50% granulated blast furnace slag plus 50% waste slag dumped in landfill in the name of sample 3 for the in order to recycle the slag dumped in enormous quantities. The granulated blast furnace slag was taken immediately after cooling in water with water addition, was mixed with waste slag dumped in landfill, which previously was crushed with a mortar grinder to obtain sample 3. The combination of obtained slag in the name of sample 3 was used in a soil slag mixture for correction of soil acidity. For soil slag mixture preparation, we used the topsoil 0.25 meters was sampled from a common of Galați County of Romania, and the collected soil was crushed and milled in different size fractions. The soil and the new recipe of the combination of the two types of slags, sample 3, were combined in different proportion to prepare 3 mixtures, which are illustrated in this figure. With weight ratio soil slag, such as 1 to 1, 1 to 3, and 3 to 1. By analyzing the FTIR spectrum in the range of 700 to 1,100 centimeters -1, it can be found that there are obvious absorption peaks in the spectrum for all the slag samples. The granulated blast furnace slags show the characteristic absorption bands assigned to the stretching vibration of the hydroxyl group originated from the weakly absorbed water molecules on the slag surface. Also to the asymmetric stretching mode and bending mode of carbonate group, and the band at 980 centimeters -1 are attributable to the stretching vibration of silicon oxygen. In the case of combination of both 50% granulated blast furnace slag and 50% waste slag dumped in landfill, the intensity of absorption peaks is smaller in comparison with sample 1 and sample 2 of slag. The characteristic absorption peaks, which correspond with characteristic peaks of sample 1, are shifted compared to the sample 1, which are assigned to the stretching vibration of silicon oxygen and to the silicon aluminum oxygen antisymmetric stretching vibration. All of that can provide important evidence of chemical interaction between sample 1 and sample 2. The decrease of the intensity of the bands appearing at 80,000, 875 and 709 centimeters at -1 can be attributed to overlapping the vibration of the carbonate ion from calcite phase. In this slide, you can see the same images and also the ADX elemental map of slag samples. It can be seen that at larger magnification, it can be observed that the surface is rough and uneven, and one can notice rounded grain-like rugged formations. The slag samples display aggregated particles with average diameter of a few microns. Also, in the rounded formation, it can be seen the different morphologies like spheres, rods, boards, specific each compound phase from the metallurgical slag. In this slide, you can see the ADX spectra of slag samples recorded on a different selected punctual area to obtain more information about the elemental composition of specific areas. The selected punctual areas are highlighted to two. The spheric structure are with yellow line and the structure like boards are with green line for all the analyzed slag samples. In the case of sample 1, for both structures, the values of chemical elements present are similar and the silicon has a higher value at spheric structure, which can be correlated with the presence of silica. The higher content of calcium reveals that the sample 1 is a blast furnace slag dominated by calcium and silicon composition. In the case of slag dumped in landfill, in the name of sample 2, the content of carbon increase for both structure and some chemical elements like titanium, barium, manganese doesn't appear in ADX spectra, and the explanation for this phenomenon is that the slag was dumped in the landfill for more than 30 years. One can observe for combination of both 50% granulated blast furnace slag plus 50% waste slag dumped in landfill in the name of sample 3, that the values of all the chemical elements for both spheric and board-like structure are between the first two samples, confirming the STIR spectra regarding chemical interaction between sample 1. XRD patterns of the slag sample with the phases identified are shown in this figure, and the sample 1 show minor peaks of free calcium oxide and magnesium oxide, which may be deleterious and cause reduction in strength. The phases and amorphous contents of the sample 1 granulated blast furnace slag are broadly consistent with literature. Sample 3 of slag consists of crystalline phases as observed by the XRD analysis. In terms of the relations of phase thermal equilibrium, the compounds identified from an isomorphic series of melodies that is specific to basic metallurgical slags. The important parameters of soil and slag solution were measured as the pH, conductivity, and the salinity, as shown in the first table. The data presented suggests that the soil sampled has the pH 5.2, corresponding to a medium acid soil, which does not sustain a high fertility and is not able to offer a proper condition for crops. Also, the pH of soil has important influence on soil fertility, decreases the availability of essential elements and the activity of soil microorganisms, which can determine calcium and magnesium deficiency in plants and also decreases phosphorus availability. The pH value of slag solution 20.5 corresponds a strongly basic character, which is beneficial in a melioration process of acidic soil, and the presence of this type of slag sustains the improving of soil characteristics too. For the soil slag samples, the pH value increase with the increasing of the weight ratio of slag, and the mixture soil slag obtained can be framed into the category of weakly alkaline soils. The data given in second table show that the humidity of soil is bigger and decreases in soil slag sample with adding of slag content. The values of total soil slag porosity are between 40 and 50% and depends on the density and apparent density of the soil being influenced by the mineralogical composition and the content of organic matter and the degree of compaction and the loosening of the soil, the crystalline structure of soil minerals. In conclusion to our research, we found that soil pH is a very important parameter because it plays an important role in the mobility of heavy metals. And an acidic pH is accompanied by dissolution processes of minerals and hydrated iron, manganese, and aluminum oxide on which heavy metal ions are absorbed. The pH and its change undoubtedly play a significant role of the soil environment because the heavy metals may become easily available to plants. The agricultural land resources are an issue worldwide, and through this investigative study, we show that the mixture of blast furnace slag and waste slag dumped in landfill can help remediation of the soil acidity. The obtained results of the new slag mixture support the improvement of acid soils with positive effects on the characteristics and qualities of the soil by using a percent of the slag waste combining with granulated slag can solve two current issues. One by disposal of landfill slag wastes, and the second one is to make them useful in the acid soils amelioration process. If we consider the cost-benefit analysis of the future environment in terms of landfills, the quality of human health of the population is more substantial that is not measured financially. The results from this study, together with large-scale environmental issue, possess significant log for a future study, which consists in ecotoxicity test of slag soil mixture on the absorption and immobilization of potential toxic elements from soil for sustainable agriculture. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Daniela, for your presentation. So, anyone having any questions? Okay, no question from anyone. Thank you once again for your presence and presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. So as the next presenter, Dr. Neha Agarwal presentation is on video. So we will play the later on. We'll go to the next presentation by Dr. Ogbonna Christian Tukwo from University of Tsukuba, Japan. Hello, Dr. Ogbonna. Hello. Hello, Dr. Ogbonna. I think she is not active, so we'll contact her and we'll get back to you. Hello, Dr. Ogbonna. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, are you active?
Sorry, just a
Yes.
moment.
Okay. So I am going to make you the presenter.
Okay, just a moment, please.
Okay, okay, sure.
It asked me to quit.
Yes. Are you using the MacBook?
Yes.
Yes, then you have to quit and again you have to join. Then it will work.
Okay. Okay. Hello? Can you see my slide?
Yeah, hello.
Uh,
Yes, you can share the screen right now.
Can you see?
Just a minute. Yeah, now it's perfect. You can start
Okay.
presenting.
Okay, thank you. So, my name is Obona Christian, and I'm from the University of Tsukuba here in Japan. The title of my presentation is Feasibility of Biogas Production from Cowpea Hull Anaerobic Digestion. And I focus on the effect of cold digestion with waste-activated sludge and rice straw. So this is the flow of my presentation. First of all, organic waste in Nigeria is a major environmental challenge due to poor waste collection and disposal practices in the country. Currently, only about 30% of the organic waste generated in the country is properly disposed. And among the organic waste in the country, cowpea is among them. So cowpea is an important legume crop grown mainly in the semi-arid tropics. It is very popular in West Africa and South America, especially among small-scale farmers. It is believed to have originated from South Africa or Asia. So, as you can see in the graph, Nigeria produced huge amounts of cowpea. In the year 2006, it produced more than half of the global production of cowpea. So, how is cowpea used in Nigeria? It is mainly used for food, such as in making akara, which is a popular African dish. But prior to the use of this cowpea for making akara, the outer covering, also known as hull, is removed. So, in order to make the food have a good texture and good look, from my investigation, we found out that this cowpea hull is mainly used for cow feed, but due to high fiber content, the use of this cowpea hull for feed is reducing. So most of the waste is actually disposed into the environment where it causes both health and environmental concern. For instance, when after rain, it this content is washed into the water body where it causes eutrophication. So there is a need to explore a technology for safe disposal of cowpea hull. Anaerobic digestion is a preferred technology for organic waste disposal as compared to landfill and incineration. For instance, it has a much lower cost and also energy recovery in the form of methane. For the anaerobic digestion process, we found that microorganisms either introduced or already existing in the organic waste upon being fed into a digestion tank and in an anaerobic condition will react to produce biogas, which is mainly methane, hydrogen, or also CO2. So this methane is very important to my country because in Nigeria we still use this local cooking method of using firewood. So this is very bad for our health, and also we have to cut trees in order to get this firewood. So it will provide a safer means of cooking. Also in Nigeria, there is huge energy deficiency, and energy demand is also increasing. So this will also compensate for the energy need in the country. Next, we found that unfortunately there is limited past study that have used this cowpea hull for anaerobic digestion. Particularly, we found one study which is by Okwai and Nabuchi in the year 2012, and they have used this cowpea hull for anaerobic digestion. And their results shows that cowpea has a good biogas production, which is about same with that of cassava peeling. Coming for the methane, which is the most desired product, we found out that cowpea has a good methane production, even more than cow dung. So we found out that indeed it is a good potential for methane production. However, in their experiments, they have used a prototype biodigester, as you can see in this photo, so that there was temperature fluctuation, such as in the night and in the daytime, between 20 to 32% degrees Celsius. So my main uh, objective is to carry out this experiment again in a controlled system, such as using an incubator system controlled at 38 degrees Celsius. And next is to quantify the effect of co-digestion and mixing ratio. So for the material and method, first, material collection and preparation. I have collected this cowpea seed from an African store in Tokyo. And for the process, I soaked it into water for 30 hours and then squashed it manually, after which it was decanted several times. And then we are able to extract the cowpea hull, which is about 12% of 1 kg of cowpea seed. So also to compare the biogas production from this material, I have used two other conventional materials such as waste activated sludge and rice straw. These two materials are also abundant in my country. So I have characterized these three materials based on the total solid, volatile solid, moisture content, as well as pH before anaerobic digestion. So for the batch anaerobic digestion design, I have conducted 7 samples of experiments. The first one is from sample 1 to sample 3 is monodigestion, whereby I investigate biogas production from cowpea hull, waste activated sludge, and rice straw. Then next, from sample 4 to 5, I have investigated co-digestion of cowpea hull either with rice straw or with waste activated sludge. And the last one, I investigate the effect of mixing ratio from sample 5 to 7, where I use either 50-50, 25% to 75, or 75% to 25 to understand what percent of this combination will bring more biogas. And the last on the material and method is the anaerobic digestion setup. I have used a serum bottle, as you can see in this figure, with a working volume of 60 milliliter, and the retention time was 16 days. And pH was adjusted to 7. And like I explained, temperature was controlled at 38 degrees Celsius. And the experiment was conducted 3 times, and average results were presented. So for the analytical method, these are the total solid, volatile solid, pH, and daily biogas were all carried out. using the standard method. And finally, gas chromatography was used to detect the uh, biogas composition. So moving on to the results, methane production from cowpea hull has been reported with technical limitation, as I explained earlier. So we hope to get more precise results with a controlled temperature. So the results include solid content characterization, methane production, and the effect of co-digestion, as well as mixing ratio. So the first one is the characterization of the material. So we found out that, for instance, the pH, total solid in cowpea hull is very high, about 92%, which is even far more than rice straw, which is known to have a very high total solid. In this experiment, we found that rice straw had 89% total solid. And a volatile solid often tells how much biogas would be expected. Again, it has a very high volatile solid, which is 89%, and that of rice straw was 79%. And waste activated sludge had a lower volatile solid of 46.3. So the next one is the feasibility of biogas production from cowpea hull. So like I explained, I have conducted this experiment for 16 days, during which the biogas production have decreased less than 10 milligram. So for the daily methane production, we found out that on the first day, all the samples produce huge amounts of biogas, and notably waste activated cowpea hull, which is as I explained, is the waste from cowpea bean. It produced high biogas on the first day, up to 30 milliliter. So on the first day, and then all the samples continue to decrease after this first day, down to the end of the experiment. And again, we found out that cowpea hull maintained higher biogas production throughout the experiment. So the cumulative methane production here is basically what is the total amount of biogas that was produced after this experiment. And we found out that it actually produced the highest amount of biogas, which is about 120 milliliter per gram VS added. So the next one is the investigation on the effect of co-digestion. And as I explained, I have co-digested cowpea hull with either waste activated sludge or rice straw. So after the experiment, we found out that as compared to this monodigestion, by combining these two material, there was an increase in biogas production. For instance, we found out that combination with rice straw produced more biogas as compared to all the monodigestion. Again, within the co-digestion, we found out that rice straw was a better co-substrate for combination with waste activated sludge. Then the last one is the effect of mixing ratio. As I explained, I have used only waste activated sludge in this experiment, and the mixing ratio was 25 to 75, or 50-50, or 75 to 25. And then at the end of my experiment, we found out that a mixing ratio of 50-50 produced more biogas. And then looking at the daily methane production, we found a similar trend to that of biogas production when there was only a monodigestion experiment. So for the conclusion, I found out that the feasibility of cowpea hull anaerobic digestion and the impact of moisture content reduction using nanobubble water and methane production was investigated. So cowpea hull was found as a promising substrate for methane production via a controlled anaerobic digestion system as compared to conventionally used feedstocks such as waste activated sludge and rice straw. Again, the highest methane production, which is about 250 milliliter per gram VS added, was achieved by 100% moisture as found in this cowpea hull. And then lastly, in practical application, this study recommends co-digestion of cowpea hull with waste activated with rice straw. However, the recommended ratio for cowpea hull and waste activated sludge of 75 to 25 was found in this experiment. So this is everything I have today, and thank you for listening. Do you have any question? Can you hear me? Anyone? Hello?
It was a wonderful session, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Hello, Dr. Neha.
Yeah, I'm here. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, you are audible. So I'm going to make you the presenter.
Okay,
Yeah, you
okay.
are the presenter. You can share your screen with us.
Is it visible? Can you please tell me?
Yes. You are
Yeah,
like
thank you so
joined through
much.
your
Yeah,
phone. Yes.
yeah.
Okay.
Thanks a lot. First of all, I would like to say sorry. Oh, just a minute. Firstly, I would like to say sorry that I was not here on time. Actually, I was trying to present my screen, but unfortunately, because of some technical glitches, I was not able to share. I was not able to join the meeting. Anyways, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So I'm now start. A very good morning to all of you. I'm Dr. Neha Agarwal from Navyu Kanya Mahavidyalaya, India. I'm really thankful to I welcome you all in 5th International Conference on Environmental Sustainability and Climate Change. And I would like to give a great thank to the organizers who gave me this opportunity to come up on the platform and to share my views. So my topic would be this will just a minute. When I'm coming on PowerPoint mode, I'm not able to present it. I don't know why. Yeah. So my topic would be acetaminophen, a contaminant of high concern, its existence in environment and adverse effects. As we all know that pharmaceuticals, they are a major scientific development and they have lengthened our lifespans. Undoubtedly, they cure millions of deadly diseases and they make our lives comfortable. But this very success has led to the emergence of rapidly growing environmental pollutants and contaminants. That is basically when these pharmaceuticals are metabolized in human body, they are excreted secreted in the form of metabolic byproducts, which are very toxic for the environment. Let us take an example of acetaminophen. It is commonly known as paracetamol, which is the most popular painkiller, and this is worldwide. This is used as an analgesic and antipyretic medicine. And of course, it is used as a non-prescription drug, which is available over the counter. So huge consumption of this medicine all over the world, that can be expected to result in the contamination of global environment, and it has adverse effects on human health. So yes. So firstly, I would like to give an introduction of the pharmacology and introduction to paracetamol. Acetaminophen, which is commonly known as Tylenol, this is derived from the chemical name N-acetyl para-aminophenol, and this is the most commonly taken analgesic worldwide. And this is recommended as a first-line therapy by the World Health Organization, and this is also used for its antipyretic effects, which is helping to reduce fever. The drug was initially approved by FDA, US FDA in 1951, and this is available in a variety of forms, including syrup, tablets, dispersible tablets, injections, suppositories, and many other forms. Acetaminophen, which is often found in combination with other drugs as well, and more than 600 over-the-counter drugs, they are available in the market, and they are used to relieve the problems related to cold, for sleep medications, pain relievers, and many other products. Due to the possibility of fatal overdose, here I would like to point out, I am talking about the rational and the actual dose of paracetamol. So the fatal, the problems can occur when we, I'm sorry, there is some problem I'm facing continuously. Yeah. So this is found in combination with other medicines, and because of possibility of fatal overdoses and the liver failure, which is basically associated with the irrational and non-prescribed uses of paracetamol, which is therefore it is very important for all of us to follow the available national and international dosing guidelines for the acetaminophen that must be consumed. Let us talk about the historical use of paracetamol. It was introduced by McNeil Laboratories in 1955, and this as a non-prescribed analgesic and antipyretic drug for children under the name of Tylenol, and this was also known as children's elixir. The name Tylenol, this was derived from the chemical name N-acetyl para-aminophenol, and later on many other forms of tablets were also found in the market in the form of over-the-counter drugs and in combination with many other medicines as well. One of the interesting fact that the World Health Organization has placed the usage of paracetamol and other analgesics in a very beautifully this ladder I'm explaining here, which this ladder prescribedly defines the rules for application of analgesic drugs. This is very interesting and impressive as well, and it is the drug of choice in the patients on whom the application of non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, they are contraindicated. So this is the picture which is showing the World Health Organization analgesic letter, and here are the rules of application of the analgesic. At the lowest level, there are three ladders. From the lower one, I can say that there's a mild pain. In case of mild pain, the medication is a non-opioid, which is actually considered to be the safe treatment, where paracetamol is used in combination with caffeine. Well, now the pain increases from moderate to severe pain. So here comes the usage of opioid medicines. So here the paracetamol is used in along with caffeine and tramadol. This comes out to be in the category of opioid medication. And the third, and when in the case of strong and the severe pain, where this is not the patient is not able to tolerate the pain conditions, in that case we are moving for opioid combinations. And according to WHO analgesic letter and the rules prescribed, the paracetamol must be taken in combination with morphine and fentanyl. So this is the actual explanation of this above letter in my next slide. So this is placed, as I have explained here, the pain, when the pain is increased, it is always used in combination with other drugs, caffeine and tramadol, and the second level, and the last one is the third level. According to the severity of the pain from moderate to extreme pain, this has been divided by the World Health Organization. These rules must be followed. Let us discuss in brief what is the pharmacokinetic model of paracetamol and its metabolites. Once basically all the drugs, the pharmaceutical companies are preparing the drugs in such a way that the maximum metabolism occurs in the body, but it is a fact that none of the drug is completely metabolized in our system, in a body. So there are the metabolites and the byproducts which are formed after the drug is dissociated in the body, and this undergoes metabolism. So this is the diagrammatic representation which I've taken here, where the central circle is showing the P, which is for paracetamol, and the metabolite of paracetamol after the degradation in human body, that is prostaglandins, and the some part of the paracetamol that remains unchanged, that is paracetamol PU. I have shown here some part of paracetamol that is converted into paracetamol glucuronide, and the remaining portion that is converted into paracetamol sulfate, and some part is undergoes to oxidation. This is the metabolism, and these are the byproducts of metabolism of paracetamol and the pharmacology of paracetamol, which I've shown in the form of this flow chart, which is showing that paracetamol is converted into, see, paracetamol, and basically in general, I can say that most of the medications, including paracetamol, so they are going the same process. Metabolism occurs and they are converted into some toxic and some non-toxic byproducts. So here I am discussing about paracetamol only. So there are paracetamol, it is basically metabolized in some of the non-toxic forms and some toxic forms. So the non-toxic forms include the paracetamol sulfate, paracetamol glucuronide, and the next one is N-acetyl parabenzoquinone imine, which is called PBQI, and the remaining portion that is converted into para-aminophenol. Antipyretic effect also occurs at the POC site, and the renal excretion of paracetamol occurs. These are the pictures of these metabolic byproducts of paracetamol. So acetaminophen or paracetamol, after glucuronidation, this is converted into paracetamol glucuronide, which I've mentioned in the last slide. So these are the pictures of these metabolic byproducts of paracetamol, metabolic byproducts. So the next slide, these are the pathways of metabolism. So now let us discuss how the paracetamol is available in the pharmaceutical market. We all know this is sold as over-the-counter medication. I believe that this is the most commonly used drug worldwide, which is available as over-the-counter drug, and this is available without any prescription, because see, people are hardly they are concerned about the post effects of the paracetamol usage, which are really severe. When we come across other slides as well, we can see there are many very severe side effects which occur with the irrational and overdoses of paracetamol. But we are just concerned that since this is available without prescription, we are just going to market, and we are trying to reduce our the pain conditions immediately. So paracetamol, this occurs in many, because this is available in many forms of tablets, dispersible tablets, suspensions, powders, and that we can prepare immediately, and liquid medicines as well in sachet form. So when this is administered orally, the clinical effects of paracetamol appear immediately after 30 minutes, approximately 20 to 30 minutes, we can see the effect. The fastest action that occurs not before than 15 minutes, and that is basically shown when we are using the fast release tablets that are enriched with the sodium bicarbonates, and that is enhancing the stomach emptying. Because of this process, paracetamol is quickly processed to the small intestine, where this is absorbed, and this is showing its effect in the form of analgesic and antipyretic medicine. It can also be taken intravenously, and therefore this is widely used in hospital health services tremendously. So these were the side effects of the paracetamol on human health, and apart from that, there are many toxic effects of paracetamol. They're also seen in the form of adverse environmental effects for marine life. Basically, what happens when these pharmaceuticals are released into the environment, they cause degradation of the marine life as well, and they contaminate the water, which is potable water, that is very harmful when this is consumed by the human beings or animals. As such, when this is the administration of paracetamol, if this is in rational dosage, that does not cause any serious side effects, and when this is taken in appropriate doses, and the maximum dose which is prescribed by the WHO, that is 4 grams in 24 hours, except for potential for allergic skin reactions. Minor metabolic byproducts of paracetamol, they're also formed in the liver, Among all that, NAPQI, which is N-acetyl parabenzoquinolamine, that can be toxic, but it is usually very quickly inactivated by glutathione sulfhydryl groups, and subsequently this is excreted with urine in the form of mercapturic acid. However, in case of paracetamol overdose, this metabolic byproduct is not detoxified effectively, and this may cause severe liver failures. Many cases have been found where overdose of paracetamol has been resulted in the form of liver failure. Clinical signs of therapeutic hepatic damage is there, most probably abdominal pain, jaundice, hepatic tenderness, and they are coupled with increased levels of liver enzymes. They're usually apparent after the overdosing of paracetamol 1-2 days after. So there are certain advantages. So these are the common advantages of the usage of acetaminophen in the form of drug, because this is well tolerated, it is available easily in the market, it is cheap, and it is easily metabolized in the body, and this is less toxic for children. Common usage is not that much harmful in children also, and it has rare side effects, and this is available in different pharmaceutical forms. Many forms are available. So these are the basic advantages which can see that they are associated with the use of paracetamol. Apart from that, there are many disadvantages which are associated. For example, this is metabolized into a toxic form, which is NAPBI, and therapeutic index that is not efficient at a low dose. Long-term application may cause renal functioning disorder, higher blood pressure, increased prevalence of heart infarction, and a low therapeutic efficiency, that analgesic action at a dose of 1 gram when administered 2, 3, 4 times a day, and this may cause low anti-inflammatory action. Disadvantages can also be seen in the form of hepatotoxicity because of increased hepatic failure in the case of overusage that has also been found, and enhanced previous liver damages which are caused by the alcoholic consumption. Combination with traditional non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs that can result in a higher prevalence of digestive tract ulcerations. This is the most focused area of my presentation. So what are the post effects of acute effects of overdose of paracetamol? We have seen that when we are taking it in a prescribed amount by the doctor and in the rational form, then it hardly causes any severe side effects. But when the acute effects of overdose that we can see in the form of endocrine and reproductive toxicity, gastrointestinal bleeding, hepatotoxicity in children, for example, asthma also occurs, and renal effects, pregnancy, neurodevelopmental effects. Apart from that, the most important part is environmental concerns, which we are actually ignoring all the time. We are not aware how these pharmaceuticals reach into the environment, that I'll be discussing in my coming slides. One of the major drawback that is associated with the overuse of paracetamol is seen in the latest studies, that is in the form of behavioral disorders among children. If the paracetamol exposure, that may affect the developing brain of the children, and this is causing many behavioral issues that may be seen in the form of bipolar disorders. For example, the children with attention deficit hyperactivity disorders, and it may also induce autism spectrum disorder. Though this is actually this has not been completely proved that these disorders are happening only because of the paracetamol, but there are fair chances, because from research it is seen that if the mother is consuming during pregnancy, the mother is consuming the high or the overdose of paracetamol, then the offspring and the baby which is born, newborn baby, that may have ample of chances that these behavioral disorders can develop, that is ADHD and ASD. There are many researches which are based on that, they tell this information, but still concrete result has to be awaited, that further research is required in that field. So this is, I have mentioned here, that prenatal exposure of paracetamol that can increase the risk of neurodevelopmental, reproductive, and urogenital disorders. Paracetamol is, when this is working as an endocrine disruptor, many chemicals that disrupt the endocrine system, they are concerning, of a great concern, because they can interfere with the activity of endogenous hormones, and they're essential for healthy urogenital and neurological reproductive development. During pregnancy, the changes occur in the metabolism, and this has been seen that this caused the vulnerable effect, toxic effect on the fetus when in the time of development. So these are the latest study which are showing the post effects of paracetamol in the form of a toxic metabolite byproduct. So let us discuss in short what are the environmental aspects of the release of paracetamol and other pharmaceuticals. As we know that chronic exposure to low concentration of paracetamol in the form of analgesic and antipyretic, which is available without prescription, that results paracetamol is becoming now a contaminant, which is a major ingredient which is found in sewage water. So the common presence of paracetamol in environment that has prompted investigation for the presence of low concentration in aquatic environments and the effect of the developmental stages of marine life that have also been found affected, because the marine life, they are spent in the fetal developmental stage of their life, they are spending most of the time in the contaminated water. Therefore there are ample of chances that the marine life that is really badly affected by the exposure to the high low concentration. Even at low concentration of paracetamol, they're highly affected. And for example, for these kind of studies, we can choose the model organism. One of the most common example which is chosen by the scientists, that is zebra fish, because it is observed that the larva and the embryos which are exposed for many days to paracetamol exposure in water, they have some different kind of behavior and the changes in development. So now the question arises how these pharmaceuticals and other pharmaceuticals and paracetamol, how they are reaching to the industries. From industries, they are going to environment. Basically, they are affecting the global environment in multiple ways, but the most contaminated region where they are affecting most is the water, that is aqueous environment. So we can see from this flow chart which I have developed here that pharmaceutical companies are producing and the huge amount of drugs and medicines. So they are basically distributed in the form of human medicines and veterinary usage. Some are used by hospitals as well. And apart from the production of drugs, these companies are also producing ample amount of waste which is disposed of from these pharmaceutical industries in the form of manufacturing waste. So let us discuss the left part first, the human usage and the veterinary usage when these drugs are used in the form of medicines. So when they are excreted by the human beings or they are thrown by the human beings in the form of like extra medicines which are not of use, and the veterinary uses as well. So majorly we can discuss in the form of human excreta and the animal excreta. They are going to in the form of human waste and domestic effluents and animal waste to the aquatic environment. And from aquatic environment, they are going to surface water, and the surface water that carries out all these waste to groundwater, and through process of seepage, and ultimately that is reaching to groundwater. When this groundwater is contaminated, it is consumed by the human beings. So the post effects can be seen. And waste disposal manufacture industries, they are releasing large amount of liquid waste and solid waste also. The liquid waste is again that is going in the aquatic environment in the same process as I've shown here. That is going to surface water, then to groundwater, and finally to potable water. And the solid waste that is going to landfills and landfills to solid zones, and ultimate the final source of all these metabolic byproducts and the toxic pollutants, that is the drinking water, and that is consumed and the post effects are seen. This is a small table which I have collected the data for the occurrence of paracetamol in the aquatic environment, and this is in microgram per liter in different countries. So I have described here in short that the surface water concentration of paracetamol is 0.11 microgram per liter, and then the finished water is 0.02 to 0.16, and this is the data for different countries I have collected here. So we can see, though this is present in micro concentration, but still that is extremely injurious to human health and for the aquatic environment and marine life as well. So these are the assessment of risk which are associated with the accumulation. Once they are released into the aquatic environment, now these are accumulated. They remain there for a long period of time. They get accumulated there, and finally they are very injurious to the human health and aquatic life. So we can see these are the pharmaceutical accumulation and toxic effects in the when these drugs, when they are metabolized, the metabolic byproducts, when they reach and they accumulate in the system, in the globe, in the form of aqueous system. So these may result, this has been seen that these are the side effects and these are the results which can be seen in the form of toxic effects, can be seen in the form of hypertension, polluted surface water, disturbed marine life, and this also causes a great loss to riverine microbial communities, and that some part is also that is coming in the form of non-biodegradable waste. Ecotoxicity is a major problem, but this results in oxidative stress, polluted drinking water, Behavioral disorder that I've discussed in my last slides. Behavioral disorders among children, that is the recent study which is coming in front. Carcinogenicity and environmental toxicity. So there are so many categories that we can see that is associated with the huge irrational and irrational usage, and because of that, that is coming out in the form of metabolic byproducts in the form of human excreta that is affecting the aquatic environment, and finally that is very injurious to human health and the complete globe. So these are the environmental risks which I have discussed. This is very harmful for the life on land and water. The persistence in environment, that is basically due to very high rate of release because of extreme usage. And one of the most important point here I would like to quote is the recalcitrant nature of these pharmaceuticals, which is very hard to degrade or mineralize completely. From mineralization, I would like to say that mineralize means the degradation of a toxic metabolic byproduct into carbon dioxide and water in such a way that it does not produce any further side product which is toxic to the environment. So once this toxic product is degraded in CO2 and water, that is called the mineralization. And the recalcitrant nature means this is very hard to degrade. They are very difficult to completely degrade them. So because of this nature, it is very difficult to completely remove them from the, I want to say eradicate. It is very difficult to eradicate from the environment. So since these are bioactive compounds, and they remain biologically active after disposal, even after disposal, that can trigger unwanted effects in non-target organisms as well. Pharmaceuticals, they act as endocrine disruptors, which is hazardous to the feminization to fish population. So once we know, if now we are aware that these pharmaceuticals, though we are using for the well-being and for the betterment of our lives, but at the same time they are having serious environmental risks for complete globe. Therefore, we must move towards the treatment techniques of. We must have some idea about the approaches of treatment. So many techniques are available. For example, wastewater treatment plants, sewage treatment plants, they are they are rigorously used, but these techniques are now old and inefficient in nature because of many side effects, which are many constraints and limitations which are associated with them. Photodegradation of micropollutants by ultraviolet irradiation. That is a very good technique which we are currently using, which I am also using in my laboratory. And ultraviolet based advanced oxidation processes, they are proved to be very helpful in degradation of these organic micropollutants, but these are actually very expensive. They require high energy consumption. Therefore, there are many limitations which are associated. The next is photocatalysis of micropollutants by UV, ultraviolet light, and the presence of titanium oxide as catalyst. Then lastly, biodegradation techniques. Biodegradation techniques, here I would like to add one more thing. If we are using nanoparticles, here the latest concept is nanoparticles that we are using in combination with ultraviolet radiations. So those nanoparticles which are which have been synthesized in a green manner. So they are basically very harmful. When the biological treatment, they are very good. In fact, biological treatment, when they involve the wide variety of active microorganisms which can be used to stimulate a wide range of chemical transformations in a green manner, because many microorganisms like bacteria, algae, fungus, they all are available, and they are helpful in degradation of many industrial pollutants like dyes, pharmaceuticals, personal care products, and they are currently gaining a boom for the research industry. So many studies have reported that removal of these organic micropollutants, they occur in the form of biological treatment systems by the combined treatment. Basically, none of the technique, either biological technique or the advanced oxidation processes, when they are used individually, they are not so effective. So when the these treatments, advanced oxidation processes, when they are used in combination with biosorption and biodegradation technique, they bring out the best results. However, I feel that there is a great need to implement on the pilot scale, that is to check what the efficiency of these wastewater treatment which contain pharmaceutical pollutants, because unless we check the efficiency of these treatments, we are not sure whether we are able to achieve our aim or not. So here I've quoted some of the enhancing biological wastewater treatment ways by which we can improve the removal of these pharmaceutical pollutants. So that can be done with the help of exploiting microbial diversity, exploiting metabolic diversity, and exploiting biocatalyst diversity. So the first point I would like to discuss is exploiting microbial biodiversity. which can be done with the help of oxidative enzymes, which have great potential as biocatalysts for breakdown of organic waste. And the enzymes which are helpful for the degradation is cytochrome 450 and lacases, bacterial lacases and fungal lacases. So the next, the exploiting metabolic diversity is here. Alternative, many metabolic capabilities such as heterotrophic sulfate reduction, autotrophic sulfur oxidizing denitrification, anaerobic methane oxidation denitrification, many other techniques that can improve the macropollutant removal from wastewater. Exploiting biocatalytic diversity that can be done by many non-specialized enzymes which are promoting the biocatalysts for degradation of organic pollutants. And their most importantly, their non-specific nature makes them promising biocatalysts for degradation of organic pollutants. So these are the opportunities to reduce the input of pharmaceuticals into the environment. I believe that prevention is always better than cure. So why shouldn't we frame? We should assign some responsibilities. We should distribute these responsibilities in ourselves only, so that we can, in fact, control the input of these pharmaceuticals into the environment. So removal will be, of course, easier when we are releasing these in a lesser amount into the system. So why not to cure it here at this stage only? So here the responsibility is of pharmacists, pharmaceutical companies, science and humanities, and government authorities, and of course of our responsibility. So the pharmaceuticals must inform consumers to participate in take back system if appropriate, so that the extra wastage of the medicine can be avoided, which is ultimately going to the environment. So the next responsibility is of pharmaceutical companies. They must follow green and sustainable practices. They must publish relevant information for environmental assessment, and they must offer suitable pack sizes so that the wastage can be avoided, and they must establish take back system when this is actually required. So the science and humanities, they must begin research to ban compounds with green and sustainable pharmacy, and they must regulate the criteria for the risk assessment and the management of waste. And lastly, it is duty of government authorities and of public, our duty, that we must initiate communication related to threshold for active pharmaceutical ingredients in different environment areas and in drinking water. And we must establish a restrictive connection so that we can improve the legislation for the management of these outdated and expired medicines for the legal and fair usage. So I would like to conclude my presentation here. In spite of many years of research, the actual mechanism of action of paracetamol is still unknown, and it is, of course, multidirectional, but much research is required to elucidate it thoroughly. Current research on the results of the mechanism of paracetamol actions are very promising. Additionally, they have paved the way for emergence of new analgesics and antipyretics that could act specifically and with a lesser amount of toxicity. At the same time, there are huge detrimental effects due to uncontrolled and unprescribed uses of paracetamol and other drugs also that cannot be ignored. But because when they reach the aquatic environment, they become potentially hazardous for the human health, for the marine life, and for the global environment. Therefore, we must assess the risk to human lives because of the environmental exposure to pharmaceuticals, and that can be regarded as a new field which is characterized by the inherent nature. Therefore, we must focus on the research to ban compounds with green and sustainable pharmacy, and we must follow certain regulation criteria for the overall risk assessment and management of wastewater for the future, for a better future. These are the references which I have taken here, and thank you so much for the patient listening. Thank you so much. Uh,
Hello.
yeah,
Thank you, Dr. Neha, for your presentation. So,
thank
anyone
you.
having any questions? Okay, no question from anyone. Thank you once again for your presence and presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, our next presenter is Dr. Khaled Masmoudi from United Arab Emirates University, UAE.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Khaled. Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, if you allow me to share my presentation, yes.
Yes, you are the
Okay,
presenter now. Please share your
thank you so
screen.
much. Yeah. Let me go and share my presentation, my screen.
Yes, we can able to see your
You
presentation
can
for
see my
both the
screen
screens.
now?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Um, Good afternoon or good morning for those that are in Paris. I'm so glad to be to join this fifth international conference on environmental sustainability and climate change. And my talk today will be about climate change and the future of plant genomics and biotechnology innovations to steer towards food security and sustainability. I'm from, as you introduced me, I'm from UAE University in the United Arab Emirates. Um, what are the to start? What are the causes and impacts of climate change? So everyone know, and we are now nowadays we are living in the COP27 that happening in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, and climate change has a lot of impacts, and its impact on agriculture is huge, and the major one is lowering yield. We are facing more pests and diseases. We are having more drought, scenario of drought, more salinity accumulation, higher temperature, more flood, more wildfires, and so on. The list is very big, and I will not cite all of them. So we are on the opposite side. We are facing also an increase in food demand in arid and semi-arid regions. This will threaten the problem of water availability, which already is scarce in these regions. There is a major decline in the yield of the world's edible crops, which is happening due to the heat stress, specifically in temperate and subtropical regions. Drought stress alone is estimated to limit crop productivity by more than half in the next 50 years, which is really unbelievable. So also climate change is expected to double salt contaminated area by 2050. And you know, when we irrigate, we over irrigate to leach the salt, and therefore we are consuming a huge quantity of water, and water is very scarce in these regions. This is a modeling study that many models they do that, and all of them they agree that the climate change impact on crop yield will be negative for the from starting from 2030, and nearly half of projection beyond 2050 indicate yield decrease greater than 10%. That means we'll be losing yield. Instead of increasing yield, we'll be losing yield for the majority of crops, of the stable crops. What is the benefit of plant genomics and biotechnology for climate change adaptation? So this is a new era, the genomics and all this area of genomics, proteomics, transcriptomics, metabolomics, and so on. So genetic improvement of crop is considered as one possible solution for the food crisis, and genetic gains from the conventional crop breeding and advanced agronomic practices led to more than a double increase in crop yield between 1960 and 2015. This is mainly related to the Green Revolution, and we know the limit of the Green Revolution. It was a big success after the Second World War, and in the 60s and the 70s for many regions with high yielding varieties, improved varieties, and high inputs, mainly water and fertilizers. But the Green Revolution is not the case for mainly for sub-Saharan Africa and for many drought and many arid regions, let's say. Modern biotechnology will create higher genetically improved climate-ready crops, utilizing rapid and efficient genetic engineering techniques. Genomic assist breeding, next-generation sequencing methods, and genome editing are some of the tools utilized in creating high-yielding, better adapted crop variety that are resilient to climatic change. This is the major focus of my talk of today. This is a chart or a cartoon that can show you, it's a mixture of photo and some pathway. We have genetic variability, and this is very important. Genetic variability in many crops, in many species, is a gene pool. So we do screen for genetic variation in many crops, and we do population genetics analysis through molecular markers, and we do genotyping, and we do genome-based breeding strategy to develop new variety based on marker-assisted selection. This is one path. The other is we do also phenomics and phenotyping through either conventional one or the most sophisticated methods with robotics, and we combine phenotyping with functional genomics or functional omics with macroarrays, with RNA-seq, and so on, to gene discovery, and for molecular markers, new molecular markers, maybe SMP markers discovery. This will help to, for the gene discovery, we do functional analysis and pathway and process analysis and so on to come up with allele mining, allele engineering, and genetically engineering varieties. So GM variety or GM crops. I will speak about GWAS, just to introduce a little bit GWAS. What is GWAS? It's a genome-wide association study. It's a research approach for trait association mapping to identify genomic variants. We know that abiotic stresses, mainly drought, salinity, heat, and so on, are multigenic traits, not easy to handle. So it is composed of high mapping resolution and compatibility with a wide range of population across genomes. I will give some example for salinity tolerance that was screened in barley, and we identified some candidate genes and some QTLs using GWAS from a core collection of 2,600 roughly lines from USDA core collection. I will bring the example also of thermotolerance in maize that has been identified using GWAS of 261 near isogenic populations, and it was used in increasing wheat precision breeding efficiency. And lightly, we'll speak about genome-wide association study that have revealed salt-related traits in 306 rice cultivars. This is a field trial that we conducted in UAE for salinity tolerance in barley using the core collection. And we screened for salinity tolerance with irrigation with fresh water and with saline water. And we used the flag leaf to monitor the sodium potassium content and some other candidate genes using chip array that has 9,000 SMP markers. So we identified at least 4 SMP markers that were most significant for the sodium trait. By the way, sodium is toxic when it accumulates in the cytosol of the cell. So one way to avoid it is either to sequester it into the vacuole or to translocate it and to transport it back to the root to be extruded. And these significant SMP markers were shown to be around an important gene, candidate genes, called HKT15 gene, which is known to be a major player in salt tolerance in wheat, rice, and Arabidopsis, and it's the major gene in the QTL called NAX2, identified in the wild relative wheat called Triticum monococcum. So as you can see here, I don't know if I can show my mouse here. This is the heat map showing the SMP marker and the HKT15 gene that is showing in chromosome number 4 of the barley Morex variety annotation. The second example of GWAS using the 261 diverse maize line using roughly 260,000 SMP markers discovered 4 QTLs and 17 genes associated with 42 SMP markers in a linkage mapping and GWAS. And This is a high temperature tolerance of some of the lines, some of the crosses that was brought in different seeds in response to heat shock. This is some expression of some candidate genes related to heat shock, and mainly the heat shock proteins that were discovered. Here is the salt tolerance of 220 rice accession that were evaluated at both seedling and reproductive stage under salt stress. And we come up with different lines that are tolerant at the seedling stage and at the heading or at the reproductive stage for salt tolerance related indices. For QTLs, which is a quantitative trait loci, they are regulating quantitative traits that are used to estimate the number of loci contain genetic variation in species. The development of NGS, next generation sequencing, has accelerated the QTL mapping that is successfully used in the identification of genes conferring defense mechanism against abiotic stresses. Two loci, NAX1, NAX2, controlling shoot sodium accumulation, were identified by QTL mapping in durum wheat. And here we have one example from Rana Mans in Australia, where she demonstrated that introgression of the QTL NAX2 from Triticum monococcum to durum wheat variety Tamarua, this is a cultivated durum wheat, has generated tolerance to salinity with this gene, the MHKT15A, and in a field trial, really in the reality. That means this is a big experiment that was done in Australia. Field 1 is a control. Field 1 is the control field. That means there is no salinity. While field 2 is a likely very salty field. And in field 2, the new variety that introgressed NAX2 locus with the MHKT15 showed significant reduction in sodium concentration in leaves and increased durum wheat grain yield by 25%. It's a huge, compared, of course, to the near isogenic line without the NAX2 locus. This was amazing. And this gene was also confirmed in our barley collection, that this gene is really a major gene for conferring salinity tolerance to cereals. Coming to plant transgenesis as also a biotechnological tool. Recently, one of my PhD students showed that overexpression of wheat gene TD-PIPE2, which is a aquaporin gene that encodes for a water channel, improves salinity and drought stress tolerance in transgenic rice and durum wheat. And I will give you more insight about that. While Tang et al. Showed that overexpression of the rice gene MIP6, which is a transcription factor, improves salinity and drought stress tolerance in transgenic rice. In soybean, also one gene significantly improved drought tolerance in transgenic plants, and transgenic cotton overexpressing heat shock protein demonstrated improved heat stress tolerance and produced more ball and seeds under high temperature. This is the transgenic wheat that overexpresses the wheat aquaporin gene TD-PIPE2-1 that enhances salt and drought in transgenic wheat. You can see this is the wild type, non-transformed, compared to the two transgenic lines for drought and here for salinity. And also the seed produced in control, in drought challenged, and in salt challenged plants. There is really a clear phenotype showing tolerance to drought and to salinity when we overexpress this PIPE2 gene from Triticum durum. Also, the overexpression of the transcription factor MIP in rice increases drought and salinity tolerance. And you have here the phenotype for drought and for after watering for 4 days, and for salinity up to 10 days. And some candidate genes, like the DREB genes, were monitored and were highly expressed when we challenged the plant with drought. Also, the proline synthesis gene also is highly expressed and LEA3 genes, late embryogenesis, abundant protein, also highly expressed with salt and with drought. Just to emphasize on drought-tolerant corn in the United States, which is commercialized, and farmers preferred very much better the transgenic corn that was generated than the non-transgenic. This is the highlight. Genetically engineered and non-genetically engineered drought tolerance became broadly available in corn varieties between 2011 and 2013. And by 2016, 22% of total US corn acreage was planted with drought-tolerant varieties. And these drought-tolerant varieties were mainly planted in drought-prone regions of the US and tend to be combined with other genetically engineered traits and used along with conservation tillage and irrigation. So we know the Monsanto transgenic maize with BT that is used for disease control, and especially for the larvae of the caterpillar that cause damage to maize. So it's common in all US and Latin America. The farmers, they use only transgenic crops, transgenic maize. Also, Brazil approved drought-tolerant wheat after rigorous review process that include the use of omics dataset to support the biosafety regulation. All biosafety regulation and risk assessment were handled unanimously and endorsed. This commission, the Brazil National Biosafety Commission, endorsed biosafety condition for flour obtained from this transgenic wheat, drought-tolerant wheat. This is some of the list of genes that are handled for improved heat tolerance, drought tolerance, salinity tolerance, and so on. I will not go into the details. Coming to the genomics, which are transforming our understanding of climate change, there are more than 80,000 plant species conserved at about 3,400 gardens all over the world, and more than 17,000 institutes worldwide dealing with the conservation and sustainability of plant genetic resources. By the way, plant genetic resources are very important for every country, for every region, and we have many gene banks that are holding this treasure, that they are holding all the genetic variability for any species. So gene bank could be used to identify genotypes that harbor important characteristics. This our backup. We can, if any problem happen, we can go back to the land races, to the wild relatives, and to the variability that exists within that species to look for any trait: resistance to disease, resistance to pest, tolerance to abiotic stress, to climate change, and so on. And then we identify new sources of genetic variation into the gene pool. We can create this variation. We can create them by chemical tools or by physical tools like irradiation, or like by chemicals like EMS, ethyl methyl sulfonate, or by also by transgenesis. We can use transgenesis to generate some mutants that will be helpful to increase the variability. This is just to show you the variability, the legume germplasm holding major gene banks like chickpea in CG Center, the CGR Center, USDA gene bank, and India gene bank. You have lentil, you have common bean, pigeon pea, faba bean, and so on. So the list is very long. And next generation sequencing offers insight into how species adapt to climate change. We do analysis of whole genome, which is performed by NGS, that allows to determine the genetic basis of important phenotypic differences and novel useful variation. This development will be critical in adapting crops and agriculture to a changing climate. The rapidly developed second generation sequencing methods, and now we have very low cost sequencing methods These have facilitated the assemblage of several plant genomes, including rice, wheat, and date palm. And we are working in this region on date palm. We have sequenced many genome of date palm. Here is the draft genome for the Coalesce variety, the first draft genome that was done by Joel Malek in Qatar University. Roughly, it's something like 670 megabase pair, which is almost 70% of the total genome. Is not complete genome. Because the genome is roughly something like 700 megabase pair, the more accurate. The most accurate genome size and sequence is the rice with 430 megabase pair, because there is a genetic map for this species, and the sequence was very good one. The wheat, which was achieved in 2018 with 17 gigabase pair, it's a huge one, bigger than the human genome, much bigger than the human genome, because it's 3 genomes. It's redundant. It's hexaploid. Here we have some redundancy of genes and some gene family that are located between the species. The whole genome resequencing of date palm that was done in collaboration with here in UAE with New York University in Abu Dhabi showed a catalog of SMP markers. This is 62 date palm varieties that were sequenced, and we have a catalog of more than 7 million SMP markers that allowed us to structure the population of cultivated date palm. These date palm are structured in one group that is called the Middle East group. Here we have the Middle East group in blue, while the North African group, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and a little bit Libya, this is the second group, and an admixture group represented by hybridization between cultivated variety from North Africa and from the Middle East. This is represented by Egypt and Sudan. MicroRNA and knockout gene. MicroRNA is the result of PTGS, post-transcriptional gene silencing, or RNA silencing. It's a technique used for abiotic stresses resilient. And these microRNA were found, many of them were found to be involved in plant drought-related mechanisms. MicroRNA expression profiles such as some microRNA 166, 159, and so on have been observed in Gossypom hirsutum, in potato, in rice, in Triticum turgidum, and so on, and have been found related to be related with drought-responsive mechanisms. Also, microRNA 319 is known to be linked with salt stress tolerance, drought tolerance, and also tolerance to chilling condition in rice. For gene editing, which is the new technology that is coming this last few years, the improvement done through gene editing is amazing, and we can apply it to fish, to dairy cattle, to animals with the muscle increase, to the weight increase, and also with the plants for shelf life increase, and also for nutrient like beta carotene, like fatty acid in chicken, and abiotic stress like salinity in crops like rice, but also for diseases in pigs and in rice for the blast. Here is this chart shows that how many crops are generated through gene editing and livestock. The list is very long. I will not go through it. And the genome editing could be a solution for climate-ready crops. They are the most used technique now to overcome the adverse effect of climate change and to compensate for the increased demand for food in the future. The benefit is better nutrition, longer shelf life, disease resistance, drought tolerance, salinity tolerance, higher yield, heat tolerance, and so on. So, and also we produce healthy seed products and healthy plant, because we will reduce the utilization of pesticide, we will reduce the contamination from insecticide and so on. Some example of the CRISPR, which everyone knows, the CRISPR-Cas9 technology for gene editing and genome editing. This was used to produce knockout mutants of CBD40 in tomatoes subject to drought stress. CRISPR-Cas technology was also executed to generate mutant in rice, which exhibit enhanced salt tolerance at the seedling stage. Also to develop mutant allele for also for rice that exhibited a reduction in stomatal density while increasing tolerance against drought, salinity, and osmotic stress without damaging the rice grain yield. This is a kind of for the OSDST gene that is responsible for the stomatal density, reduction of stomatal density and salinity tolerance. So we have the salinity, this is a 200 millimolar sodium chloride challenging, and the recovery of the plants, and also for the drought tolerance with the mutants generated by gene editing using CRISPR-Cas in rice. This is another for the R22 gene, identification of salinity tolerance in homozygous mutant rice lines. The contribution of biotech to climate-ready crops is to increase crop productivity. The number is huge. It's a 225 billion US dollar that biotech crop can bring. Also provide better environment by decreasing the use of pesticide, reducing 760 million kilograms of pesticide, for example. Conserve biodiversity, so and increase, I would say, increase biodiversity through genome editing, through genetic engineering, and through biotechnology in general. Reduce CO2 emission, like 15.3 million cars, assimilated to be like 15.3 million cars to be taken off. This will help alleviate poverty and hunger of 17 million farmers, or more than 65 million people. So biotech is very important and important pillar to help to reduce the negative effect of climate change. So this contribution of biotech climate-ready crops, in 2013, US farmer planted the first commercial biotech variety of drought-tolerant maize in the world. The drought-tolerant crops show exciting promise for improving food security in dry, vulnerable climates. In East Africa, drought-tolerant maize is estimated to increase yield by 17% in severe droughts. Drought-tolerant rice is at early stage of development and demonstrating 12% to 17% higher yield. This is going to continue. This is example of a farmer in Namibia, where they are growing a crop variety of coffee and sorghum that are more tolerant to drought and pest through mutation caused by nuclear technology. It comes from the atomic energy in Vienna and the Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO, from the United Nations. So farmers are happy with this plant because they withstand better with drought. The constraint for genetic engineering of climate-ready crops is the safety measures. Is a big concern. So every GM crop has to undergo through risk assessment and biosafety regulation, and this is very heavy task to be handled, but it's there. We have to handle it carefully. The future roadmap for climatic stress adapted crops for food security is a comprehensive understanding of the underlying mechanism of plant response to stresses. This will help us to design climate resilient crop for the future. The whole genome sequencing is unprecedented. Along with omics technology, genomics, proteomics, and metabolism will likely lead to identify different genes expressed under stress conditions. Abiotic stress tolerance of transgenic crops must be evaluated in the field. This is for biosafety and risk assessment, and more importantly, the yield potential of this transgenic crop should be assessed. That means there is no crop penalty. Recent advances in gene editing is the most promising technology, and de novo domestication approach have opened promising avenue to generating crops by altering domesticated related genes in wild species, and recent progress in improving plants against a combination of abiotic stresses via multi-gene assembly raises a solid hope to tackle the negative impacts of the abiotic stresses on agricultural production. In conclusion, just to wrap up, creating a more sustainable world. This is my message to give to the audience and to all farmers is to mitigate and adapt to climate change. This is very important. Application of agriculture biotechnology can help advance the sustainability of food system. So no restriction. So biotechnology, agriculture biotechnology can help to have sustainability in food system, in our food system. We can expand the toolbox for farmers, like farmers, fishers, livestock handler, and others producers to produce more with less. With less, that means less land, less water, less input and resources, less water, less fertilizer, less pesticide, and so on. Innovative and creative solutions are necessary for food system to keep pace with evolving needs and challenges. And thank you for your attention, and I will be happy to ask any question if you have. Hello. Do you hear me?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah,
I'm done.
I'm sorry. I have a small question,
Yes,
please.
please.
Yes. So I think that I'm not the expert on this area, but I think that I heard many times about transgenics seeds, but you are talking about this genetic improvement of the seeds. So, but is it costly to make this kind of improvement? What do you think?
For transgenic is not that costly. The cost is the most of the cost is the risk assessment and biosafety regulation, because when you come up with a transgenic crop, you cannot release it first. You cannot release it to the field before doing the assessment, and it has to go through different authority. Like in US, it's FDA, Food and Drug Administration, the Environment Agency, and USDA. If it is plant, if it is crop, and this will cost a lot, because you will do human risk assessment. That means if there is any toxicity, if there is any allergenicity, if there is any change in the at the nutritive level, if there is any change of the nutrient profile, the amino acid profile, also in the field for the environment, if there is any risk of gene flow from one plant to another, or from plant to microflora, microbiota, and so on. So especially if you are dealing with herbicide resistance genes, which is a little bit critical and a little bit risky. But for CRISPR-Cas on gene editing, there is no need to do this assessment. They are accepted in US, and in many countries, they are accepted as non-GM crops. That means they will not undergo for the risk assessment. They are as normal plant.
Thank you very much.
Did I answer your question?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Khalil Masmoudi, for answering the question.
You are most welcome.
So, any more questions?
Hello.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have one question.
Yes, please
Yes,
go
please.
forward.
Okay, my question is, even though you identified like risk assessment and safety as a major challenge, I think people's perception is also important.
Yes, of
And
course. Of course, yeah.
so, in your opinion, what is the best way to convince people that supposedly we could achieve a good safety score for this? What is the best way to convince people that it is safe?
Yes, I agree with you. Full agree with you that awareness of people that transgenic plants they are safe enough as the others, and we have to initiate debates at the social media, initiate debate at the all the media means, radio, TV, newspaper, all the media available, social media also, to make the people aware that transgenic plants, how they are made, how they are safe, how they are tested, all should be not hidden, should be open to the people to understand how they are made. They are not a ghost. They are not a ghost, and we have to have all the stakeholders from in our side, and we have to have all these NGO organizations that are operating against GMO to be on our side. By the way, the new technology, the CRISPR-Cas technology and the gene and genome editing is changing the path. It's changing everything because there is no risk, there is no transgenic perception per se as it is. It's a normal plant. It's not transgenics. Because if you take the mutant plants that are mutated by any means, by a chemical agent like EMS, ethyl methylsulfonate, or by nitric acid, or by any chemicals you use, or by physical means like by irradiation with nuclear elements. They are not considered as transgenic. They are considered as normal varieties. So mutant lines, mutant varieties are considered normal. They are accepted. Even the DNA is changed. So by definition, GMO is when you introduce a foreign gene into the genome of that plant or that recipient. And we have to be aware that for some transgenic crops, we have to be very, very careful because it depends on the gene, which gene you introduced and how you introduced. Because with the genome editing, with the CRISPR-Cas technology, we do know precisely where we introduced our gene. That means we can introduce it in a place that we do not change anything. That means we don't change the profile of any nutrients. We don't touch any, let's say, gene that is involved in the structure of the plant or in the different pathways of production of pathway of elements of nutrients of hormones of whatever. Okay, but I agree with you. We have to have in our side the the peoples, the population, and the audience that has to accept, because the final consumer is is the is the human, is the humanity in general.
Thank you
Thank you
very
very
much
much.
for answering the question. So, any more questions? I'm moving on to the next presentation by Dr. Shailansha Jung from University of Tsukuba, Japan, and the presentation title is An Analysis of Socio-Psychological Factors of Household Willingness to Pay for Enhanced Solid Waste Management Services in Douala, Cameroon.
Hello everyone. Please can I share my screen?
Yes, I have made you the presenter and you can share the screen now.
I don't think it's possible. I'm trying to share. So
You can see the share button in the middle of the screen and click on that.
yeah, I saw it, but it's showing system preferences. I'm still trying to. Okay.
Okay. So do you need some time?
Yes, please give.
Okay, so we'll wait for some time. So I think there is a problem with the system preferences. So, hello, Dr. Sheila. So meanwhile, can we have the next presentation?
Who is the next, please? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just checking. So, oh, I'm sorry.
Please, I'm sorry. I have an issue of sharing. Maybe the next presenter can go ahead.
Oh, thank you for the update. So we'll move on to the next presentation by Dr. Mao Hang Fan from University of Wyoming, USA. And the presentation title is Development of a New Direct Air Capture Technology. Dr. Denisa Gibovic from University of Girona, Spain will join later. So he's now in the office, so it takes some time to reach the home and log in. So meanwhile, we'll proceed with Dr. Mao Hang Fan presentation. So this presentation was going to be by Scene X Tang.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm making you the presenter. Just give me a minute.
Great.
Yes, you can share the screen now.
Okay, opening. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Great. Okay, so the timing was a little bit awkward for us, and Dr. Fan is very busy, so I'll be giving the presentation in his place. And here's our title. This is the development of a new direct air capture technology. Everyone who worked on the project listed here, including myself, Dr. Qinghua Lai, Ms. Soti Cheng, Dr. Zhou, and Dr. Fan himself. We did most of the experiments at the University of Wyoming. Let's see. And I just have this slide here as a quick biography for Dr. Fan because he is fairly well known and established, has quite a few achievements, but I won't read it. So for background, CO2 capture has been very popular in recent years because everyone is talking about the increased carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere. Currently the global average has reached above 400 parts per million of carbon dioxide. So a lot of new technologies have and are under development for direct air capture. And direct air capture refers to capturing the CO2 directly out of the atmosphere. So we're not capturing CO2 from flue gas or coming out of a factory or anything like that. We're removing the carbon dioxide directly out of air. So significant progress has been made in this area, but the unit costs associated with the current direct air capture technologies are still very high. Hopefully, we'd like to hope that we've made a small or potentially significant step in advancing this area. So our objective, the funding objective was basically to develop this new polyethylene imine based fume silica supported and ionic liquid catalyzed solid sorbent for a low cost direct air capture. So we built what Dr. Fan likes to call a state-of-the-art setup designed specifically for this, and basically the effects of different factors on CO2 adsorption and desorption capacities are able to be measured using this setup. Here's a basic diagram of the setup. So are you able to see my pointer? Okay, anyway, here we go. So we have just gas cylinders here, and we've basically calibrated the carbon dioxide concentration to simulate the carbon dioxide concentration in the air. So that's about 400 parts per million CO2. So we have these gas cylinders that flow into these mass flow controllers, and through that we're able to control the exact concentration of CO2 entering our system, entering our reactor specifically. And then here we use this contraption here to also introduce water vapor. So the gases, excuse me, I think, there we go. So the CO2 and air and water vapor mix here and they enter the reactor. And then here is where we have our sorbent that we synthesized in the lab. And around the reactor, we have a furnace for desorption. And basically, the flow enters from the bottom of the reactor and comes out from the top. So basically, if any CO2 is, if the CO2 is able to be removed from, we know the input CO2 concentration, and then we measure the output CO2 concentration on the other side. So whatever the difference is basically how much CO2 was captured. Yeah. Here's a, and so in addition to actually synthesizing the sorbent itself and the idea are pretty well established. It's based on molecular sieve technology. A lot of people use a lot of highly porous and high surface area supports with amine base that are with an amine that's supported on a highly porous medium. And we've chosen to use fumed silica due to its relatively low cost. And basically, in addition to that sorbent, we've also developed a catalyst by which we can catalyze the reaction and improve its efficiency. So here are some of the results from tests of different concentrations of the catalyst. You can see we've tried 100 parts per million, 200, and 300. So this solid line is no catalyst, and the catalyst is the ionic liquid. Sorry for not making that clear. So solid line, no catalyst, and then the highest, the best performer here is the 100 parts per million. So we went ahead and used 100 ppm of catalyst in further experiments. And here we have the effect of so the red lines represent no catalyst, and the blue lines are with catalyst, and the solid lines are dry runs, and meaning we did not introduce any water vapor. And then here the dotted lines is what it looks like when you introduce water vapor, because basically when you introduce water vapor, the reaction has can take an additional, it has an additional pathway by which it forms the carbonate. So it can create about 50%, it can capture about 50% more theoretically, 50% more carbon dioxide theoretically. So this one is just illustrating the effect of the water vapor here. And as you can see, the 100 ppm sample with the catalyst is still a better performer than the sample without catalyst. So this sorbent can adsorb CO2, and then you can desorb the CO2, and you can recycle. You can run this process multiple times over and over. So that would be considered a cycle. Adsorption plus desorption, you desorb all the CO2. That would be one cycle. And these tests here are kind of just illustrating that the recyclability of this sorbent is pretty good. You can see this green is the first run, and then cycles after that, they performed slightly worse, but it seems like they don't reduce in quality after the initial cycle here. And there are recycles of, this is the adsorption cycle, and also the desorption as well. Let me go back again. So I should probably explain these, the graph a little bit better here. Basically, if it's this measurement of 0 refers to all of the CO2 being adsorbed here. And then once we reach this breakthrough point where the line appears, that's when the CO2 starts being read by the analyzer on the other side of the reactor, meaning that the sorbent is no longer adsorbing 100% of the CO2 that's input into the reactor. So this is the curve as we slowly go back to atmospheric concentrations and the sorbent has reached maximum capacity. So yeah, this one is the cyclic stability test under dry conditions, and we performed cyclic stability tests under humid conditions here as well. These dotted lines are still dry, and then these solid lines are the wet runs. So you can see that it has quite a unique effect on the adsorption curve here. And of course, the recyclability is quite high. I believe we ran probably about 20 cycles, but for the sake of keeping this figure somewhat manageable, we've only shown about 10 here. And this one here, most of these are cut off. Sorry about that. Most of these are were cut off to save time here. These are the same tests except using different, we use different flow rates for the tests, and the CO2 adsorption capacities are all very similar here, even at different flow rates, and the capture efficiency it captures nearly 100% of the CO2 that's input, regardless of the flow rate, is what this one is showing, because we have high flow rate in the red, lowest flow rates in the green, and once you account for the different flow rates and calculate the capacities, they are the same. So that's pretty nice. And this is a very similar one under humid conditions. You can, if we go back 1 second, you can see the units here are, the scale is different. So actually the wet is much higher. And here are the numbers quantified. So the addition of the ionic liquid increased the adsorption capacity of our sorbent by between 20 and 25% under dry conditions here. And then under humid conditions, 75% relative humidity specifically, it actually had an increased effect. So not only does the presence of water increase the capacity of the sorbent itself, it also increases the effect of the ionic liquid catalyst. And yep, here are some relevant numbers here. So this data is a little bit more difficult to analyze, but if you have a catalyst for your reaction, it'll help with the adsorption and the desorption phases. So this is generally what a desorption curve looks like. The solid lines don't have catalyst, and then the dotted lines have catalyst. So what you should be paying attention to here is that with catalyst, the carbon dioxide actually starts getting released from the sorbent a little bit sooner than it does without the catalyst, it's pretty hard to, more studies have to be done in this area to get exact numbers, but you can kind of see the trend there with the dotted lines coming out before their solid line counterparts. So to summarize the results here, the ionic liquids have a positive effect on direct air capture. The direct air capture sorbent achieved the best performance with the relative humidity being 75%. And we did also test between 40 and 100% humidity, and 75% seems to be a pretty good spot. The carbon dioxide absorption capacity of the catalytic direct air capture sorbent reaches about 70 milligrams CO2 per gram of sorbent. And the catalytic direct air capture sorbent is stable according to the results of the cyclic carbon dioxide absorption and desorption tests. So in conclusion, the catalytic sorbent shows good direct air capture performance from different perspectives, including the increase in CO2 absorption capacity and decrease in direct air capture energy consumption. It could be a promising candidate to considerably lower costs. And I believe that's all I've got for you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Mohang Fan, for your presentation. So it was really an interesting presentation from your side.
Thank you.
So any
And just
questions?
to reiterate, I was doing the presentation in his stead.
So any questions? I hope there are no questions. So if you have any questions, you can also mention in the chat box. And so thank you once again, Dr. Fan.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
Dr. Sia next time.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah. So
Thank you very much.
yeah, thank you. So I would like to inquire Dr. Sheila, is your problem resolved? Are you ready to present now?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so I'm making you the presenter now. Just check once. So I have made you the presenter.
Uh, Please, I still have an issue of sharing. So I would like to send my PPT to Christian Ogbonna for him to share it, and then I will do the presentation. Is it okay?
Yes, you can send.
Okay, thank you. Maxine, have you checked? So how am I going to? You'll be the one to be doing next, right? Please, can you give Christian access to share my slides?
Yeah. Dr. Ogbonna, have you received the PPT of Dr. Sheila?
Yes.
Okay, so are you going to share the screen?
Yes.
Okay, so we will wait.
They have not given me the access, the permission.
Yeah, I'm giving right now. Yes, it's done. Yeah, we can
Yes,
see
I
your
can see the
screen.
slides. Okay. I'm sorry, everyone, for the delay. And then again, my supervisor made some changes on my topic. So I'll be presenting an analysis of socio-psychological factors of household willingness to pay for enhanced solid waste management services in Cameroon. My name is Ncha Shilandum from Tsukuba University, Japan. Next, please, Christine. This is the table of contents for my presentation today. Next, please, Christine. Municipal solid waste generation rates in developing countries have considerably increased by rising population level and community standards. So, poor solid waste management in African countries, especially in Cameroon, has been attributed to budget shortages and lack of knowledge. So, again, over confidence and conservatism bias was attributed to have a negative influence on solid waste management decision making. So, in this content, I would like to review past studies, characteristics of solid waste management in connection to psychological factors in Cameroon. Next, please. So this diagram show the situation of waste management in Cameroon. This is highlighted the estimated waste amount in Cameroon. So the future amount of waste generation is estimated based on the projection of urban population at 3 waste generation rates. That is 0.5%, 0.75, and 1.0 kilogram per person per day. An increase in population will be an increase in waste amount per person per day. So this graph shows that in 2030, an increase in 1,000 kilogram of waste per person per day will be an increase of 20,000 tons per day in a year. Next slide, please, Christian. This is a situation of waste management in Cameroon. So the following picture shows that waste are being deposited in water bodies, open illegal dumping on streets and drainage and market areas. With this, it will lead to numerous environmental problems through pollution and contamination of underground water. Share again, please. Okay. So the objective of this paper is to examine the trends and characteristics of past study on psychological factors that are relevant to consumer waste management behaviors. And again, to understand what social psychological factors may have influenced resident solid waste management practice in Cameroon. So this is my study area, Cameroon. It has a population of 29,321,637 in 2021, and estimated GDP per capita is 1.950 billion dollar, an area of 475.442 kilometers square, and 84% of waste composition with low levels of recyclable material, and then 6,694,483 tons of solid waste are generated per year. 78% of this same waste is collected and landfill without sorting. And so the cost of living standard is $560. Waste treatment is open dump with no biological treatment or formal recycling. The methods I use in this paper, I review 3 cluster documents, 4 behavioral theories to identify and predict the determinant of individual behavior, and 11 variables from review articles to potentially predict the determinant of solid waste management behavior. And this search included articles published between January 1st, 1968 and May 30th, 2020. And so again, The analysis I use a systematic literature review to identify key areas that need more scientific investigation by examining the consistency and generalization of the finding within the solid waste management field. Systematic literature review opened the door for future study. So these are the name of the theory that I reviewed. We have subjective norms, which from Argent 1985, and also value belief norms, which is 10 in 1999, and then self-efficacy by Dora in 1977, and lastly, the theory of planned behavior by Argent 1985. And the three cluster name are the psychological factors, which is under these variables I review article added to this same cluster: attitude, intention, perceived behavioral control, subjective norms, and self-efficacy. And then under situational factors, I reviewed opportunities, recycling bins, government incentives, and lastly, for demographic factors, education, seasonal variation, and location was the variables I used for this cluster. So solid waste management has a strategy in Cameroon, and so this strategy, they are heavily indebted poor country, the HIPC target, and so the current state is that Cameroon has reached the completion point of the HIPC process in 2006. And again, there are some upgrading. They have upgraded HISACAM services to include pre-collection and transfer stations. And the current state is that the local operator in HISACAM is already involved in partnership with some NGOs and CBOs and has clarified the respective responsibility of each stakeholder. And lastly, public-private partnership is one strategy. Cameroon is ongoing, and so NGOs and CBOs operate in areas where the official operator do not have access because of poor road conditions. And so I also look at some factor considered in Cameroon towards solid waste management, the strengths and characteristics of the past research. And under education, I realized where household education and income can lead to illegal dumpling. Uh, this is because maybe if you are less educated, you will not be aware of how to manage these waste or where to dump. And again, urban household highly and or higher education and income to more garbage, but they manage it because they are more exposed to relevant information concerning this waste management. And then again, on seasonal variations, the consumption of drink items in Cameroon, like water, fruit juice, and dairy products and plastic container between February and April is very high. And so food supply to cities decline during the rainy season because so many food crops aren't yet ready for harvest. And lastly, locations of resident also is another characteristics of my past research. Household in urban residential area, they segregate their waste. And lastly, rural people are not well informed about their waste separations. So again, I look at some factors and past studies on willingness to pay. So if the citizens are they are going to accept payment for their waste dumping. And so I look at perceived behavioral control, which is one of the psychological factors. The willingness to pay of household for better solid waste management has little impact on perceived behavioral control. And again, source separation is more likely to be adopted by those who have control over it. Yeah, this is because, like in Cameroon, they are the ones separating their waste, and they believe that their government is responsible for the payment of waste dumpling. And then I also look at education, which a year worth of higher education for a family had increased monthly willingness to pay for solid waste management. I believe this can also go with income, because if you're educated, you don't have the income to pay for this. I don't think education can increase your monthly willingness to pay. And so people with higher level of education tend to be better informed and exhibit positive social, economic, and environmental attribution toward better solid waste management, according to Hassan 2017. And so also I look at national solid waste management, which is like a policy in Cameroon on solid waste management. So it is aimed at improving waste management in general, uh, to improving the living environment of the population through the efficient management of waste produced on the national territory. And so their target, they improve access to quick collections and waste collection service in agglomerations. And then again, improve waste management by promoting appropriate method of waste treatment, recycling, and recovery. Uh, Lastly, they improve waste management by promoting appropriate methods of waste treatment, recycling, and recovery. So the challenges they have is that because due to financial factors, limited resources, lack of proper use of economy instruments, the municipality have failed to manage solid waste management. So I wanted to look at since I'm looking at the trend of characteristics of waste management studies in connection to psychology. I also discuss why this review of past studies are important. So in Cameroon perspective, I look at perceived behavioral control. Cameroon source separation is prevalent among low income areas and fee free. And since they always dumped their waste, they don't pay, it will be very difficult for them to have this perceived behavioral control, either to pay for this waste. And then lastly, they are not aware of waste separation. In my country, we don't know how to separate waste, except government bring out incentive, awareness of people to be to sort and teach, or education to teach people how to sort waste. Then I believe they can do that and in a proper way. And then finally, I also look at situational factors. I look at situational factors, which is lack of resources and skill, are the main barrier to source separation in my country. And lastly, these factors is important in Cameroon because this situational element have a favorable link with solid waste management. And to conclude all this paper, solid waste, this study covers solid waste topic like risks of sufficient solid waste management behavior and solid waste management remedies. And so he also emphasized that waste minimization and treatment as a renewable energy source, it is crucial to recognize the advantage of eco-friendly waste management, because this idea is still in this infancy, especially in developing country. And so the advantage include improved security, cleaner environment, protection from unfavorable urban situation, and environmental restoration and resource conservation. And I believe this is the end of my presentations. These are my references from this paper. And thank you all for listening. So please, any questions?
Thank you very much, Dr. Sheila, for your presentation. And thank you very much, Dr. Christian Ogbonna, for supporting us and
Thank you
helping
also for
Dr.
your
Sheila.
patience. Okay.
Any questions? I hope there are no questions, so we'll move on to the next presentation by Dr. Ramirapil Cozola from University Mayor de San Andres from Bolivia. And the presentation title is Long-Term Climate Impact on Titicaca Lakes Storage and Risk.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I have made you the presenter already. You can share the screen.
Yes. Okay. There it goes. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, it's visible.
So I will talk about long-term climate impact on Titicaca Lake's storage and risk. So this is my content. I will talk about some motivation for this research, and the rest topics are included. I would like to start with this understanding about feedback climate changes. So the global warming is, we know that is defining internal problems as well. So this feedback can be in some way as a negative or positive. And essentially in our area, I think we are having at least two kind of feedback climate changes due to high water evaporation from the lake, because Lake Titicaca is very big, as you can see, but also due to glaciers reductions due to warming. The high evaporation may change the microclimate of these regions. So this is our concern today, and also this related to water availability. More data information about this region. So as you can see here, the lake, the biggest lake in South America, is located at very high elevation, close to 4,000 meters above the sea level. And this is a problematic. Lake Titicaca region embraces high potential evaporation due to elevation-dependent warming, but also due to decrease in albedo around this lake, or or due to reduction of glaciers. We can see here that the presence of Lake Titicaca creates already microclimate warming between 4 and 5 Celsius degrees. So in terms of climate changes, the air temperature in this area has exceeded the global warming, which is 0.06 Celsius in decade. So the impact is on the lake evaporation, and it, in terms of interannual variability, may change from 2,350 till almost 2,000 millimeters per year, which is very high. And the lake status depends on seasonal lake ratio. So we'll talk about this parameter today. About the objectives. As priority, we study changes the driving factors of Titicaca Lake status for the present and future climate, which is the water evaporation, precipitation, and lake inflow or runoff. Similarly, we analyze the related influence climatic variables to the evaporation model used. The future climate variables used for evaporation or for runoff computation, as well for precipitation. So we consider two general circulation model, and which one is the HAT-CM3 and CAN-SM3. Also the scenarios A2, B2, and RSCP for 4.1 and 8.5. So also we analyze the trends for all the variables. About the data and methods, so mainly we used historical hydroclimatic data such as temperature, maximum, minimum, relative humidities, sunshine hours, which allows to compute the solar radiation, wind velocity, and discharge. And this we are seeing as average, as monthly average, almost for the period 1970 and 2000 almost. So here we can see in the plot the precipitation for this area, and of course from several stations as mean monthly values. The station, the rain gauges located at the shore lake um, exhibits high precipitation, and so the other rain gauges are quite or very far or far from the lake just. So we did downscaling, and for this we applied the statistical method, which called is SDMIs. And this method was used in several research studies. So the model used the predictants, which is the observed variables, and we used for this period, as I mentioned already, and we use predictors. So the predictor is data type of analysis, or we call atmospheric variables only. And as I mentioned, from two models. So the observed variables are temperature, maximum, minimum, relative humidity, is net radiation, wind velocity, and precipitation. So for the downscaling, we had to calibrate the model, and this is the calibration period and the validation period. So, but also we use this delta to correct the biases. Okay, and here we can see all the atmospheric parameters that were useful to calibrate and validate the models for all the parameters or climatic variables, temperatures, and so on. And for we reduce it for 10 rain gauges, as you can see here, and for two models as well. So, but for the trend, we use the Kenda, I'm sorry, and the send slope. Um, but also we computed the potential evapotranspiration from the catchment for the base period and for the future period. For what we computed this? Because we are interested on the runoff as well, because this is the main component of the water balance, or for the lake status. And also we computed using this formula, that's very famous, to compute the water evaporation from the lake for those periods. And this model already was used by myself in other publications. So this model works, I can say, very good for this lake. So then the last computation was the lake radio, as you can see here. But of course, for the runoff, as you can see here, we have the lake, the big lake, and we have around several subcatchments. And we modeled for the runoff for the entire lake catchment only, using very conceptual model, which depends on potential evapotranspiration from the catchment, precipitation in the catchment, and observed roughness in the catchment. So then having precipitation, runoff on and evaporation, and this is precipitation just on the surface lake, we can compute the lake radio. the lake radio for a long time, from 70s till end of this century. What is the results that we found? So it's very important that the statistics parameter in the validation period can be accepted. So we use these three parameters, and comparison with other studies is quite good, like for the maximum temperature, minimum temperature, relative humidity, net radiation, and precipitation. So for the precipitation, we have the changes of the range, because we used 10 rain gauges, and two models, first model and the second model. What else? And here we can see the trends now for the base period and for the future period. So here we have the for the present climate, as also I can say, and we have, as you can see, a positive trend for the minimum, maximum temperature, for the mean temperature as well, of course. Relative humidity has a negative trend. Why? Because since the temperatures are increasing, then we're supposed to have much more dry area. But net radiation also is increasing. And what we found for the future periods, which is 2020 and 2095, for four scenarios, A2, B2, RSCP 8.5, and so on. Mainly, we found for the temperature positive trend in all the scenarios. So, but just try to be concentrated on the main temperature or average temperature. This we have positive trend in the large period. But also here already we have the trend for evaporation, which is one of the principal drivers for the lake status. And we have positive trend, but for the last two scenarios we have negative trend. But the thing is that the most the main global climatic model that fits for this area is the NCP data set, and not necessarily for the statistics. So we can these results from this point just we can avoid, and so we will be concentrated on this results. In terms of graphics for precipitation and the evaporation. So this is the evaporation for the present climate. We can see some positive trend, but it's not significant. For the future, and considering the two scenarios, we have significant positive trend. And the changes according to the sense slope is between 10 and 12 millimeters per month. That is the increase of evaporation. And but also here we can see the precipitation trend. For the present climate, for the present period, we cannot see any trend. Okay, that maybe is fine. But for the future and for both scenarios, we have a negative trend. And this trend was analyzed as I described already for each rain gauge, but also we considered as mean aerial average precipitation to have a more clear idea about the precipitation. So, and how about the lake radio results? So now here we have the lake ratio just is the computation between input and output. Input is precipitation and runoff, output is the evaporation. And here we have for both scenarios, A2, B2. For the present climate, as we can see, so we have this value of 0.58. So this is annual values. So, but in terms of seasonal values, during the rainy season, of course, this value is very high. It's a bit higher. But during the dry period, this value is lower. So that means that already in some months the typical lake is in terminal condition without outflow. And now we will see for the future, for the instance for these periods 2020 and 2045. So we have a decrease of the lake ratio between from 0.58 to 0.52. So there is a slow decrease, but if you see it for the period, for the last period, we can see here strong decrease from 0.58 to almost in average 0.40. And that means at least two things. So the rainy period is getting shorter. So and also the inflow in this period, because we have negative trend of precipitation, high positive trend of evaporation, negative trend of runoffs. So then we can have a long period at a seasonal scale, of as a terminal lake. But also in terms of interannual variability, easily we can have some years as a terminal lake, some years, maybe 2 years, 3 years. So it's matter of just analysis. So this so far my main conclusion. The high plateau, that's called this area, because it's the elevation is very high in the Andes, is experiencing accentuated climate changes with negative impact on the water bodies through high potential evaporation, not only in the lake, but also in the catchments. We have several publications how the evaporation in the catchments and in the water bodies are increasing. And the HAT CM3 global circulation model reproduces the best climatic variables in the target area, including the scenarios A2, B2. The temperature, the average temperature has increased recently in the last period by 1.7 Celsius degrees, which is very high, yes. So at the end of the century, it might increase by 3 or 2 degrees Celsius. Also, that's very high. In regard to precipitation, it showed as a not significant negative trend for the last period, for the present period, I can say. But for the future, we found between significant negative trend and not significant trend in both scenarios. For evaporation from the lake, we found a significant positive trend in both scenarios, with increase of between 12 and 10 millimeters per month. The lake radio obtained may decrease even more considering the water withdrawal in Peru and Bolivia. The water withdrawal in both countries is very important. There is many projects. There are many projects, so we are not including this factor in this computation. Since the 90s, and this is already is related with the observation, the lake water level has declining slowly. Those conditions define high risk for the Lake Titicaca storage. Thank you very much for your nice attention. Hello.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ramiro Pilkajura, for your presentation. So we have two questions from Dr. Zinabu Alde. I want to know, is there any other factors need to be controlled on the long-term climate impact on storage of lake?
Yeah, the other factor which is not assessed in this work is the glacier retreat or the runoff from the glacier, I can say maybe, because the lake is surrounded still by the glacier, but these glaciers during the last half century has reduced it enormously. Many glaciers have disappeared. So, but still some glaciers, due to melting, I think is contributing to the lake. But from other studies, we know that is very little. But since the glaciers are melting, though, maybe this factor yeah, should be considered in the computation.
Okay, thank you. So there is one more question. Does the researcher identify direct and indirect impact of long-term climate change on lake storage?
I'm sorry. Again, please, I didn't listen
Yeah,
properly,
sure.
I guess.
Does the researcher identify
Uh-huh.
direct and indirect impact of long-term climate change on lake storage?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Also from other studies, which one is the human activity? So around the lake, there are many projects, irrigation projects. So this has to do with direct impact. Now, also from the other results, totally I can say that clearly I can say that the human impact is stronger than the climate impact. Stronger, but in the future easily can be the climatic impact much more stronger than the human impact. It depends. It depends how the countries will deal with the human impact. Okay. So, but I think that many scientists, politicians, are concerned about this lake. So, in the next month, we will having a big meeting here in Bolivia um, to analyze the situation, because in case the Lake Titicaca may become terminal, so this can be a catastrophe for this region, and this is very problematic in terms of production, environmental, microclimate, whatever.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Ramiro, for answering, and Dr. Zinabu for a valuable
Thank
question.
you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we are moving on to the next talk by Dr. Joy Debsky from Robert Gordon University, United Kingdom. And the presentation title is An Effective Multi-Stakeholder Regime for Environmental Sustainability in Oil and Gas Producing Areas.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hi, thank you very much. Can you see my screen?
Yes,
Super. Okay. So I'll be speaking from a legal point of view because it's a law research. So I'm looking at an effective multi-stakeholder strategy for environmental sustainability in oil and gas producing areas. When we are talking about stakeholders in oil and gas industry, we are looking at the government, we are looking at oil and gas company and host community. There are a lot of other stakeholders like NGO, institutions, and the rest of it. But for the purpose of my research, I'm looking at the people that have the most impact from oil and gas activities, and which is the government through their legislation, the oil and gas companies from their activities, and the host communities where they operate. These three stakeholders, they have one thing in common. Looking at the slide, although the government wants growth, they want security, they want income, but they also have the issue of sustainability. Oil and gas companies, they are looking at a sustainable and very good environment to work. Host communities, they need a sustainable environment where they can do their local farming and surviving. So, and government wants a very good environment for its people. It's entitled to doing that. That's the responsibility of government, ensuring a safe environment for its people. So the objective is how can we get these three people that are looking for the same objective to achieve the same objective. And you can see on the GIF image there where I have Nigerian facts and economy. That's my impact area where the research is going to be focusing on. Although I look at it holistically, but I would be looking at it also from an impact area, which is the Nigerian oil and gas industry. So the aim of this research here is to propose a new way, a new multi-stakeholder approach that can improve the relationship between the three major stakeholders. In order for me to do this, I'm going to be looking at the history, the backgrounds of environmental sustainability. I'll be looking at the institutional approach, how government handle it, and what is the problem there, and why is it not working, and the oil and gas companies, why is it that on their corporate reports most things on environmental sustainability are usually ambiguous. Host communities, most of them tend to be agitated in where oil and gas activities take place, but not in all regions. This is mostly in developing region. So I'm going to analyze what strategies are they taking in the host communities in the Niger Delta, what is working and why is it failing when compared to developed region. And I'll be looking for best practices that the three parties, the three stakeholders can use to work together. So I'm going to achieve this aim by social legal methodology. For me to, I'm not going out to primarily get data. I will be using secondary data analysis, which means that there are some statistics that has been done by major organizations. I'm not going to be duplicating this research. I'm going to be interpreting most of the statistics they have already. I'll be using clips from newspapers, from scholarly research that people have done, and I'm going to be using a lot of conceptual reasoning to analyze this information and to establish a trend. And I've done most of the research already, and at the moment, we find that governments, in their approach to environmental sustainability, there are a lot of judicial frameworks they've been putting on. The United Nations Climate Change Act, a lot of countries like China, even Nigeria, they are promulgating a lot of legislative enactments towards environmental sustainability. The framework for environmental sustainability is generally robust, and there's a lot of punitive enforcement measures, which means that if you do this, you'll be punished this way. In short, most of the sanctions there are revocation of licenses and closing down the premises where oil and gas works. They are heavily taxed, and most of them, they've even made corporate social responsibility mandatory. We see this in China, in India, in the UK. There are some elements of mandatory corporate social responsibility for companies. They tell them they must report. And then how do corporations handle environmental sustainability? Most of them, the only way we can know if they are really doing anything is through their reporting. So on this part of the slide where I have corporations, you can see where I put GRI in bracket. It shows that that's Global Reporting Initiative is the standard that most organizations are using now. They train a member of staff. Sometimes they give their reports to consultants, and we find that these reports, most of them are generic. They are not really specific. It's the GRI reports gives standards on the way stakeholder engagement should be. You are supposed to list the people that were there, what time, how often have you engaged with the host community, but we keep seeing the same trend. I mean, same generic reports that like something that reads like our stakeholder engagement has been continuous. We aim to contact the stakeholders, but this is not what the report wants from corporations. So most of the role for corporate social responsibility, I find that it's integrated into administrative and human resource role. Whereas this aspect of corporate social responsibility for environmental sustainability is supposed to be a sole function in the company. There's supposed to be a CSR department. This would help for longevity of the course, continuation, and standard record, details attention, and they get the adequate training they need, not integrating this role into admin and human resource. And then we find that gaining social license to operate is still problematic for most companies in the Amazon Peruvian areas, Shell in the Niger Delta, Canada host communities, both developed and undeveloped companies. It is still problematic for them to gain social license. So how can they get this social license? These are the things my research question answers. How can these three stakeholders work together for the ultimate goal of environmental sustainability? Whereas we find that the current trend in host communities is that there are different types of social contracts they use in engaging with both government and oil and gas companies. The most common one of them is the Memorandum of Understanding, where the host community come into agreement with oil and gas company. However, the most host communities, they are not enlightened enough, both on the legal implication and the technical implication of the contracts they are signing. There are lots of newspaper clippings to that, NGOs that have questioned, the veracity of these documents that they are signing, and so there's a lack of legal expertise there for them to negotiate it. So there's still a lack of trust and satisfaction. Even if they've signed this contract, they are not aware of the practical implication of it until they see that, workers are being dispatched into their surroundings, their indigenous community, and then the problem starts. So, what are the recommendations from my research now? Is that there needs to be a central CSR commission, and it comes from the legislative arm of government. And instead of doing things the usual way it used to be, we need them to, first of all, they have four functions: to develop, to implement, to monitor, and then to enforce. The sole role of this commission is to assist compliance, persuade compliance, and then, as a last resort, they can sanction or report for CSR representation. And how can they assist? First of all, I'm going to start with the developing policies and regulation. First of all, CSR reporting has to be mandatory in all regions. It's not just the financial aspect, what they are using money to do, but how about how they integrate other environmental goals, outwit the technical part of it. We want to hear more about it. We want them to really comply with the global reporting initiative. Then the memorandum of understanding is usually not a binding contract. It's a contract they sign, and when they get to court, it usually lacks a lot of judicial force to it. So there should be more government in its mandatory. This commission should make it mandatory, and then there needs to be CSR departments in company. It can be mandatory for company, just the same way they have administrative departments and HR department. There needs to be a CSR department, and these departments they can sort out for best practices and work with the CSR commission to get best practices and facilitate, getting international loans and other projects. Then under the implement, they need to facilitate dialogue. When you go to these companies, a form of assisting them. What is going on? Why haven't they been able to do something? And if there's a way they can give them expertise clue, especially to national oil companies, this might not apply to big multinational companies because they have the know-how. They are working in different regions, so they might be using um, standard techniques. But in national oil companies, they need more facilitation. How do they adopt international good practices, like from the International Oil and Gas Producers Association? This commission needs to be able to provide expert consultation for host communities also. There should be legal representation for host communities there that can explain to them the impact of the memorandum of association. And then they should be able to facilitate CSR projects with companies. This is a form of partnership. It's a form of creating good synergy between the companies and the host communities. And they should facilitate meetings. The meetings should not just be between, there are some areas that wherever they're having a meeting, I think that's in China and some European countries. During stakeholder meeting, there is usually government representative, although this might be the case in China because most of the companies there, the oil and gas companies in China, are also state-owned. So that's no surprise. But the research advocates that there should be some level of assistance, persuasion. These are international trends that are happening, and developing countries should also emulate it rather than the standard punitive sanction based systems that we have that are usually not very enforceable. So recommendations, because this is my impact area, the Nigerian government, I made some recommendation to the government. That's number one, they have subscribed to the Nigerian Extractive Transparency Initiative to fight corruption. However, they need empowerment. They cannot make people do what they want them to do without the backing of the law. And they should exceed both financial aspect of reporting. They should also go to the non-financial aspect of reporting. Transparency has to be not relegated to a certain aspect of environmental sustainability or social responsibility or economic responsibility. Then recommendation to enact a legislation. They've made an attempt initially to set up a CSR bill. That was about 6 years ago. They made an attempt to enact a CSR legislation that would vest all CSR power to all corporate social responsibility on a regulatory authority. So this research advocates that that it's not too late for them to enact and set up this regulatory commission that it gives them ideas on how they can set up the commission, the areas where they failed before the research critiqued the previous initiative. It also provides, and that the current Petroleum Industry Act they've enacted, they have to provide guidance notes for it because some of the instructions are not clear on host community involvement and the level of host community involvement. The host community, they need to be clear on these things to know that the government is actually um, concerned about them to gain the trust. They need to know that it's not just a mere document at high level, but it's for also grassroots. Then the recommendations to oil and gas company, it's high time they establish that internal CSR department and not just link the roles to other departments. And then to CSR coordinators and managers, there are relevant trainings they could attend, like the GRI specified certified sustainability professional certification. This is a global training, and we looked at the content of this training in my research, and it's one of the initiatives that managers should subscribe to, and they should also collaborate with government in order for them to comply with environmental sustainability policies. Then the host communities, it's time they begin to take advantages of initiatives that has, because there are a lot of reports from the United Nations when they see these villagers and they interviewed them, most of them were generally unaware, and sometimes they resort to vandalism and theft. So that culture needs to change. They need to go with the training and developmental opportunities that are available and engage with relevant authorities instead of resisting them. This research is relevant for the government and policies makers in standardizing the role of CSR for environmental sustainability. The research will also provide an up-to-date analysis on environmental sustainability practices in various oil and gas companies, both national and multinational, at international now and regional level. Oil and gas companies can adopt the recommendation to strengthen their existing approach that they use in engaging with host community and governments. So, in conclusion, what I set out to do in the beginning of the research was to answer the core question on how we can enhance the governance of environmental sustainability in oil and gas producing areas. And at the end of the day, I have argued that a multi stakeholder regime is necessary between the significant stakeholder identified as government, companies, and host communities. The multi-stakeholder strategy is not a piecemeal effort. It has to be a synergy between all the various stakeholders for there to be success. As soon as you start to cut it apart, it doesn't work anymore. There must be that synergy, and that is the key lock to the entire strategy. Thank you very much. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Joy Debsky, for your presentation. And any questions, please go ahead. I hope there are no questions, and thank you once again. So we are moving on to the next presentation by Dr. Vera Ferreira from University of Algarve, Portugal. And the presentation title is Stakeholders' Awareness of Climate Change and Related Attitudes Toward Adoption of Nature-Based Solutions and Policy Priorities.
Hi.
Yeah.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay. I'll start. My name is Vera Ferreira. I'm a researcher at the University of the Algarve. Sorry, I have to close this. From the Center for Tourism, Sustainability and Well-being. I'm working in a project called Biotes that aims to improve life quality in cities through biophilic design, through nature-based solutions. I will present to you a task of this project and the respective results, um, with the title Understanding Attitudes Towards the Adoption of Nature-Based Solutions and Policy Priorities Shaped by Stakeholders' Awareness of Climate Change. The challenge posed by climate change, such as flooding heavens, heat waves, drought and water scarcity, increase concerns on sustainable urban development. Cities face a broad range of other challenges, such as human health issues, social inequity and poverty, degradation, the loss of natural capital, and ecosystem services. In this context, there is a need to work with nature to support this societal well-being in the cities, adapt to climate change, and minimize the effects of urbanization. The importance of nature and its functions in cities has been considered using different concepts such as ecosystem service, urban forests, green infrastructure, and more recently, nature-based solutions. Nature-based solutions have largely evolved from older concepts and can be defined as solutions based on the creation, improvement, or restoration of ecosystems in cities. They also aim to deliver multi-benefits related to different policy targets, such as health and well-being, biodiversity, stormwater and wastewater management, and climate adaptation. Looking at this nature-based solution concept, the human context is critical and considered essential as potential solution to improve resilience. In this figure, a conceptual understanding of a nature-based solution from this project, their benefits, planning process and implementation, the various links within and between ecological and social systems are accounted. It is considered that nature-based solutions need to be embedded in the existing policies and supported by urban planning and adopted in the dialogues between policy, society, and science. Speaking a little bit about the project, in general, it aims to demonstrate in front-run cities as living laboratories innovative nature-based solutions and upscale these solutions through their development and replication in the city master plans. Biots propose a multidisciplinary approach to analyze the current situation, implement case studies by interacting by local stakeholders, evaluate the performance of existing nature-based solutions, and identify opportunities. Some of the expected impacts are increased awareness of the benefits of renaturing cities and the creation of a reference framework of nature-based solutions performance. The participation of stakeholders is widely seen as a way to improve the success of policies dealing with environmental challenges, to promoting a bottom-up rather than a top-down approach. Stakeholders' perception and preference has been addressed as fundamental in designing and implementing successful solutions. However, it is important to ensure that stakeholders are fully aware of local societal and environmental challenge, and their the potential nature-based solutions and their multi-benefits. The coherence of a policy implies an adequate articulation between the defined priorities, proposed solutions, and project benefits. Stakeholders' involvement was a fundamental step on our project since the beginning. Stakeholders' perceptions and preference are essential and can affect the development of nature-based solution projects. And to understand how such perceptions and preference can affect future decisions, a research question was studied. Do stakeholders' choice follow a coherent process as necessary for defining an urban policy for tackling the challenge posed by climate change? So the main objective was assessing stakeholders' perceptions and preference on nature-based solutions and uncover the connections that stakeholders make between what they identify as urban challenge, their priorities, the preferred nature-based solutions, and their benefits. The study focused on two Portuguese cities, Elvas and Faro. Elvas is a historic fortified town at the borders with Spain, located in the arid Alentejo region, as we can see in the first figure, and it is surrounded by a vast natural environment due to its rural context. Faro is a tourist coastal city and on the south, and is surrounded by more urbanized areas. So Helvas has less population, but both cities have a historic center. In Helvas, the historic center is mainly occupied by elderly population and includes some degraded housing and presents a lack of public spaces, green spaces. The climate is Mediterranean in both cities. Elvas, inland city, benefits little from the ocean influence and face considerable thermal variations with very long hot and dry summer. A sample of stakeholders in both cities was created. Categories were defined to cover a variety of stakeholders with different expertise and interest. Stakeholders were engaged in a long process that started with a survey and continue with a subsequent stage of co-creation and co-design and co-creation. The final list of participants are distributed across the following categories: social institutions, schools, universities, regional administrations, municipalities, and environmental institutions. A questionnaire specific to this study was developed. The first section of the questionnaire is centered on the stakeholders' personal details, and the second section includes 4 questions. One, investigating the stakeholders' perceptions about 23 future urban challenge. A question 2, asking priority interventions from 13 options. A question 3, to know which nature-based solutions are considered essential from 22 options. And a last question about their perceived benefits among 18. All these questions were multi-choice and the stakeholders were asked to choose a maximum of 5 options without ordering them. The data were analyzed using SPSS. First, descriptive statistics and cross-tabulation were used. Then that data was analyzed using the shade algorithm, a method for database segmentation. While cross tables and even chi-square independence tests analyze the relationship between pairs of variables, shade is a multivariate technique that enables the analysis of a large number of categorical variables at the same time. It enables the identification and ordering of the variables from an extensive data set that most influence a specific target variable. It allows the formation of different segments, in our case, segments of stakeholders, and the identification of variables that discriminate these segments. So the tree diagram produced by shade starts with a root node and moves from a progressive splits into smaller and smaller branch called child nodes. Some results. In this table are presented the variables used in the shade. The two main future urban challenge selected by stakeholders were heat waves and global temperature rise and drought and water scarcity. These two future urban challenges represent the target variables in the shade analysis, were used as departing choices. Priority interventions, nature-based solutions, and benefits were used as possible predictors in shade. Recovery of degraded areas and increase the number of green space were the two priorities most chosen. Resulting for their knowledge of areas requiring some restoration and the lack of green space in the two cities. The most chosen nature-based solution was urban trees, indicating the need of shade and cool places, and also the importance in rainwater regulation. The most mentioned benefits of nature-based solutions were improving health conditions, lesion in relation space, and reducing air temperature. Looking at shade trees, two shade trees were performed, one for each of the future urban challenge, most selected by stakeholders. The first analysis was for heat waves and global temperature rise challenge, and the tree diagram obtained is presented on this figure. Regarding the tree for perceptions, the first node, as we can see in the top, reveals that 82.7% of stakeholders considered heat waves a future urban challenge. By looking the nodes below, this perception is significantly associated with 5 variables that segments the stakeholder sample. The priority integration of disadvantages communities divides stakeholders sample into node 1 and node 2. Most of the stakeholders do not consider integration of disadvantaged communities a priority, but and most of them are concerned about temperature rise and heat waves. As we can see, 88.9%. Only 16 of stakeholders considered it the integration of disadvantaged community a priority. These stakeholders were represented by node 2. The node 1 includes the most of stakeholders in our sample. Following this branch of tree, we can see that the final segments represented by node 7 and 9 include stakeholders reporting higher agreement levels that heat waves is a future urban challenge. The node 7 shows the stakeholders who selected heat waves as a future urban challenge, but did not identify the integration of disadvantaged community as a priority. Instead, they chose green resting areas and green shadows as adequate nature-based solutions. Stakeholders in the node 9 exhibit an unclear profile, considering the variables chosen. Stakeholders in this segment are concerned about heat waves, but did not consider the integration of disadvantaged communities a priority, did not choose green resting areas as nature-based solution, and did not expect noise reduction as a benefit. This figure shows the decision tree for the future urban challenge dropped in water scarcity. Regarding this future urban challenge, 6 predictor variables were of the most importance and segment the stakeholders sample. The first variable that segments stakeholders were the priority recovery of degraded areas. It segments the tree into 2 branches, one that starts with the node 1 and other with the node 2. Higher percentage of stakeholders considered the recovery of degraded areas a priority, but only 33.3% of the stakeholders agree that drought and water scarcity is a urban challenge. The tree produced 7 final segments, and the nodes 7 and 11 represents the stakeholders segments reporting higher agreement that drought is a future challenge. Node 7 comprised stakeholders who did not identify as a priority the recovery of degraded areas, did not choose stormwater tree pits as nature-based solution, and did not expect the opportunity to contact nature as a benefit. All the stakeholders in the node 11 considered that drought is a challenge. Also, that the recovery of degraded areas is a priority. They choose wetlands and food parks as solutions and are expecting leisure and relation spaces as benefit. According to these results, the main discussion points are: the stakeholders mainly recognize the negative effects of the future urban challenge. The characteristics of the 2 analyzed cities, their vulnerability to extreme climate events, and their decreasing rainfall justify the stakeholders' choices. Stakeholders concerned about heat waves have been noted also in many other studies, but for drought has not been identified by stakeholders in other studies. This may be because the implementation of nature-based solution has tended to be studied in countries not significantly confronted with the drought and water scarcity problems experienced in Southern Europe. Facing the challenge of heat waves and temperature rise, very few of surveyed stakeholders considered the integration of disadvantaged communities a priority. It reveals low awareness about the importance of green spaces adjusted to heat and easily assessed for vulnerable populations, such as elderly residents. This is particularly important for the city of Elvas, which has a significant elderly population. A closer relationship between heat waves and the priority integration of disadvantaged communities was expected. Stakeholders that prefer nature-based solution, green shadows, are concerned about heat waves and temperature rise. It makes sense because they deserve cool spaces to deal with high temperatures. The fact that in the present study, stakeholders who were concerned about the future urban challenge drought identify benefits other than contact with nature can be related to their lack of familiarity and awareness of adequate nature-based solutions that require little water. This study confirms that stakeholders who choose wetlands as nature-based solution are and expected leisure and relation spaces were concerned about the future challenge, drought and water scarcity. Has known wetlands can provide significant benefits, including water storage during drought periods in recreational areas and place to relax. As conclusions, heat waves and temperature rise together with drought and water scarcity are identified as future urban challenge. The involvement of stakeholders is seen as a means of defining more coherent policies than before. However, the successful involvement of stakeholders in policy decision making needs a pre-existing understanding of the relationships between the identification of climate change challenge, the definition of priority interventions, the proposal of adequate nature-based solutions, and expected benefits. Most results show that stakeholders may make decisions that form a coherent policy in which an acknowledgement of climate change effect interconnects with related priorities, suitable solutions and their benefits. However, some results have shown unclear relationships, revealing lack of knowledge and awareness of possible nature-based solutions and their benefits. And the failure to define a coherent policy is like to difficult the implementation of adequate solutions. Urban policy should improve awareness, provide a comprehensive flow of information on the multiple benefits of nature-based solutions, and the continuous engagement with stakeholders in co-creation pilot areas might facilitate this collaborative learning process. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rita Ferreira, for your presentation. It was a really informative presentation from your side. So, are there any questions? Okay, I hope there are no questions. So if you have any questions, please do mention in the chat box. So we are moving on to next presentation by Dr. Osman Yusufu Yansane from University of Hull, UK. And the presentation title is Catalyst Design for Waste Plastics Pyrolysis Optimization. So I'm going to make you the presenter now. Dr. Osman, can you hear me? Your presentation is the last presentation for today's virtual presentations. So it would be great if you kindly respond to my message. Kindly unmute and start your presentation. We can see your slides. Dr. Osman, is my voice audible to you? You are in mute, so please unmute yourself and start your presentation. Your presentation is the last presentation of today's conference, so please unmute yourself and start your presentation. Dr. Osman, can you please respond? Because everyone is waiting for your presentation, so please unmute yourself and start your presentation. Dr. Osman, we are not able to hear your voice. You are in mute. Please check your audio settings. Or if you are not going to present or you just want to display or show up your slides, can you please maximize the slides, or you can start the slideshow. Please check your audio settings and system preferences and start your presentation. So it was already late, so please do the needful as early as possible because everyone is waiting for your presentation. I'm very sorry everyone. Dr. Osman is trying to sort out the audio issue. So I'm very sorry for making you wait. This was the last presentation for today's session. I request everyone please go through the slides as we are unable to hear the voice of Dr. Osman. Thank you for showing up your slides. So I hope that everyone have gone through the slides. Is everyone having any doubt? Please mention in the chat box or you can ask. Dr. Osman's speaker is not working, so that's the reason why he have shown up your slides. That's fine. So let me know if anyone is having any queries. You can mention in the chat box. I hope there are no questions, and I would like to thank each and everyone for joining the session today. And the session was really a successful one, and we have got an interesting and informative knowledge from all the presentations today. I hope everyone enjoyed the sessions today, and I'll be sending you the certificates and the book by tomorrow. Kindly check your email and let me know if there are any corrections in the book or in the certificates. Thank you. Thank you for joining the session. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Bye bye.